Hello everyone, welcome to the stream. Sorry for being late as always, but it took me too long to make my first impressions video today, and as a result, it was conflicting. Turns out, uploading a video simply takes a moment or two, and yeah, I think I even forgot to write the correct thing here. Let me just change this. We discuss episode 5. Of course, I mistyped. Okay, I think I have everything, chat. I hope I have. Well, I forgot something that's important. But I have it soon, chat. It's just too many little things you have to do when you upload a video on YouTube. It's just a nightmare. But whatever, chat, I hope you had a fantastic day. Welcome everyone, nice to see you. And nice to see you in chat. Let me just see what's going on here with chat here. A bit annoying that it works like this, to be honest. But let us see. So, yeah, welcome Priscilla, Silmarillion, Mart Z, who has Rosemary is here, Christiane is here, Windenast is here, Alex is here, nice, Woody Black, the name I can't pronounce. Another name, it's currently hard to pronounce. So yeah, welcome everybody. I hope you had a fantastic day. Yeah, chat is pretty busy today. I had not even time to look at chat because like I said, I just uploaded my first impressions video of the first episode. Should have been out for some time. But yeah, it took me a moment or two to simply grasp this episode, if that makes sense. The reason is, I don't know, it's a strange episode in my opinion. It's not a bad one, but it's a strange one for sure. So that is that. Let me just think for a moment. How did I... this is how I did it, right? Yeah, I remember how this works here. So, yeah, today episode, what is it? 5 of season 2, Rings of Power came out. And it's out for some time. I assume most people of you have seen it. If not, let me just show here a short spoiler warning for everything Rings of Power until episode 5. Ostati was also there. Welcome on the people on the Twitch chat and so on. Always a pleasure to have you all here. Might be YouTube chat seems to be a bit busy. There were some interesting things going on here in this episode also, like some cool cuts here and there. But also, yeah, it was a strange episode. I think it was a good episode, to be honest. Like, overall, I think I'm quite happy with it. But it felt very busy again. So the pacing for the amount of stuff they had to do in this episode, the pacing was good. What I mean with busy is, and we discussed this on Discord already a little bit, that it often feels like they simply have no time for, like I don't know, like how I imagine a normal show would do things. We will discuss this here in detail. I also have it in my analysis, which I call Don't Be Hasty or something like that. I think I called it They Were Hasty. Because usually if you have a show, you have characters and so on, and you introduce your characters. They maybe have some kind of relationship, so you show them together in a room and so on. But then you have the problem in this show, Narvi is the best friend of Celebrimbor, but they haven't been in the same room for 4 episodes already, or let's say for 12 episodes in total. Narvi and Celebrimbor were not in the same room, so they can't be friends, or if they are, it's like an off-screen friendship, and that's very unfortunate, I feel. And the show is often full of this. Suddenly, there are some weird installments. There's a crack in the wall where this weird tuning crystal rolls in, and then something happens. Like, sometimes there's too many little incidences scripted, and it's often they don't show you exactly how things work or establish something or explain who these characters are. Just expect you have to know who they are, or it doesn't matter too much anyway. And the show is unfortunately not very good at this. It's kind of the classic. We complained a lot about this in the past, and it got better for sure, but there's still, in my opinion, a long way to go for this show. But at least I think just to stay a bit positive here, the episode was definitely a lot better compared to previous season. So that's definitely something to applaud. Well, I actually think I have a screenshot of this scene, but maybe I make another one. What is going on? Why do you just... During the third ring. One moment, share dwarven rings. I have to kind of name this here. Something like that. Okay, chat. In a moment, we might have a screenshot here, and that will be where we start the discussion. Sorry, it's just very busy day today. What on earth is going on with this window? Could it please stop maximizing in front when somebody... I don't know what's going on today, but it's just weird stuff is happening while I do production. Oh, Schnack is also here. Welcome. So, yeah. This was the first thing we start. As said, I have a spoiler warning here for this episode. We discuss it now. We start with the dwarven stuff, I think. Not even sure if we go chronologically through it or not. It's always, as you can imagine, a bit tough to do this here all on the fly. Let me just catch up with chat for a moment. Happy I caught the tears. Nice to see you. Strati was also here. That's watched like 30 minutes ago. Yeah, I say for some people it's pretty fresh that they watched the episode. Haven't but catch up. Okay. We will be here for a while, I guess. You will watch the episode faster than we can discuss it. That is for sure. Yeah, exactly. Things just happen to tend off screen for strange reason. They play very good onto each other. To the theater vibe, yeah, for sure. The reveal of the doors of Durin should have been much more significant. I was really disappointed. Adam, also welcome. Yeah, exactly. Stuff like this. Like, they could have built up. I don't expect that there are 4 episodes about how Celebrimbor and Narvi go camping or something, but I just show the characters, let them talk, have some lines of dialogue for them, and then, establish this slowly. At least they established that Celebrimbor in the meantime did some research and developed these Ithildin, these moon letters as they are called, and that will also later be on the door of Durin. So that at least they established in episode 2, I think, or something, at the end. Or the middle, I forgot. I made a screenshot of it a moment ago, but I forgot. The installment might be more prominent, but I feel like the installment will also be just cut and the doors are there. And that's kind of how the show is sometimes rolls, because it has not enough time. Like, you have 5 seasons and an hour-long episode. We already had we have already 13 hours of episode, and you feel like, well, they still have to come back to this method of things are just suddenly there. I'm gonna make a bold early prediction based on the episode. Kevin will become a Nazgul, possibly the Witch King. I think that is not a bold prediction. I think this prediction is in the room for some time already. I think the first time Kevin appeared, people already said, yeah, he will be 100% a Nazgul later. I didn't say I was thrilled about my theory. Yeah, it could be that he becomes one of the Nazgul, for sure. A moment, chat. At least Kemen wouldn't be very corrupted by the ring because he's already corrupt as AF. Yes. Show what happened in between, don't explain, was the motto at the beginning. Yeah. Weird that Celebrimbor just gave one random dude all the dwarven rings instead of inviting different dwarven kings. Yeah, I mean, there's emissaries. I guess it's not a random dude. But also this I criticize also a bit. They have two useless storylines that rob important time to develop the show and the tension probably. Without Halfwoods and Southlands, they would have more time for important things. Yeah, kind of. I think I would also agree they have too many storylines. I'm not sure how unimportant or important those will be in the show. I personally like the Halfwood part in the show. A little bit at least. I just feel like they should have been where they, like, season 2 should have been season 1. And then season 2 stretched out on twice the amount of episodes. So half of season 2 should be season 1, you know what I mean? And half of season 2 should be then season 2. So simply they have more time to explain everything, to have like some kind of duration there. Establish the characters already. I think season 1 was really, I don't know. Was not a good idea. Season 1 was a bonus season, yeah, kind of. I like seeing the Halfwoods and Stirs, but maybe it would have been smarter to introduce them in later season. Yeah, also that is a possibility. I have no idea why they have to be in the show so early. Like the payoff, I don't see it really. So that will be interesting, because if it's a Blue Wizard, the Blue Wizards interact with Sauron at times in Rhûn as well. But I don't know. I wish season 1 would be good setup. Like, season 1 was setup only, for sure. And I also liked some parts of it. The problem with season 1 was that a lot of the storylines that they told in season 1 are completely pointless. And this ate so much time. I think that's a big problem of that. But maybe it's interesting, because I hope you all have seen the show. And we still have quite a few people. Where we make a poll. How did you like the episode 5? I should call it episode 5, season 2. So everybody knows which episode I mean. Yes or no? How do you like episode 2? Liked it. Let's say neutral. Let's say neutral is okay-ish. Was okay. Let's say that's a neutral option. I can only have 4 polling options here on YouTube, so we have to go with 3. Liked it, was okay, was bad, as always. No, I don't write. Potentially is typing a typo there. Ignore it. Just very curious what people think of the episode. option, haven't watched it yet. Okay, I forgot about haven't watched it yet. I missed the opportunity. Can I edit this? No, I can't. I can just end the poll. That would also be interesting. Who hasn't watched the episode yet, though? I mean, there might be some people who just watch this here without having the thing here. Anata's manipulation was good. Yeah, also, there were some parts I liked about this as well. And it was focused a lot on that, it felt. So as a result, I had the impression that the show had... How to say, chat? Mark blind Big Zen. I had the impression that this was pretty well done for the most part. And it was also very important, but hard to tell. Let me just see. Season 1 was good setup. I had this already. They are not important for the events of the Second Age. I mean, yes, on a grander scale, they are not important for the Second Age, but we have to consider that the show does whatever it wants. As a result, everything could happen with the wizards and the half-foots here. So they could be important for the show. I think why the half-foots are there is they are kind of a counterweight, if that makes sense, for the more darker tones that the show definitely will reach. And you need some light-heartedness, if that is a word, in the show. And that is this half-foot part. So I think the half-foot part is okay. You don't have to like it, for sure. You can debate it if it's useful, if it needs to be there. But I think I understand at least the idea why it's there. The Southland stuff, yeah, potentially interesting, but especially the Southlands to Mordor part was just far too long and the payoff was just not there. Just imagine they would have established Mordor already from the beginning and said, yeah, that's how it rolls. Would have not gone with the Who is Sauron mystery box, which we solved before the show even was out. And then, like, just imagine how much time we would have. Separate Numenor from all of this. And just let Lindon, so Gil-galad, write a letter to Numenor instead of the whole Galadriel thing in Numenor. Though I think it's maybe kind of neat to some degree that Elendil knows Galadriel to some way, so that has potential in future seasons to maybe have some payoff, but who knows. Then also cool, interesting point. Episode 5 was very good, but missing action. Yeah, a little bit. I felt like this was a classic, I don't know, an episode that leads to the action. Like the setup for the conflict is definitely there. All the chess pieces are in place. A next episode, like in season 1 as well, it's going to action, so to say. The action is coming. Oh yeah, I read this in Discord, Schnake. Congratulations again. Also to Nice, welcome, nice to see you. Yeah, it's unfortunately for the Twitch dudes, the sound alerts, not alerts, but they are currently deactivated. So, like like I said, in these podcast streams, I never have those on. Just as a reminder. So let me just look at screen what people tell. We discuss the episode in a moment. I end the poll, so because I'm very curious what people think. So poll says 55%, so the majority, but close, liked the episode. 27% say was okay, pretty neutral, was not bad, but also not the best. So kind of interesting. Only 16% said it was bad. I think if we would have made the same poll for episode 5 of season 1, it would be the other way around, kind of. I think maybe it would be the bad part would be a lot higher on this in this community. I think that was the episode for people who already how to say verdrängen, removed this memory of this episode out of their mind. It was the Mithril episode, just to give you an idea why I would think that. Great Rebo, nice to see you here. Loved the episode, nice guy. I also thought it was a good episode, I have to admit this time. So I would have also put my vote to liked it. I'm not sure if there's a different vote we need to make. Oh, yes, a Crafty Spirit makes also a very... Yeah, okay, Numenor will be an interesting discussion. I'm not sure if we should start there, to be honest. Have a great stream. I binged these today. Awesome. Caller, nice to see you as well. As I said, for everybody who has not seen the episode, just watch the episode, come back later. We will be here for some hours. Don't worry about that. Very slow burn here today. I watched the episode and thought, wow, that was a good episode. And then I watched the episode again, as I always do, because this time was one time without subtitles, one time with subtitles. The reason why I watch one time without subtitles is for the screenshots you see, you don't want to have subtitles on them all the time, so that's why I have to, productions reasons, I have to watch it one time without subtitles. Whatever, doesn't matter too much. It sometimes helps me a lot watching with subtitles, especially when some characters have these strong accents. Got used to it, so it kind of works for me right now, as not a native speaker. But with some dialogue options I had to definitely listen to a second time. So also sometimes subtitles reveal names. I hope there were names for the dwarven emissaries, but no, they're not even. I think they're not even credited which actors that those were. Maybe it will edit later or something. Like it's for sure they're in the credits, but not in the X-ray option of the Amazon thing. Blackberry, welcome. So okay, since we have now our first lore question already, that's good. Currently we're just discussing how do we like the episode. We come to your question in a moment, Blackberry. So the short answer is no. Also, all rings of power except the One Ring and the lesser rings had jewelry. The great rings of power all had like a jewel on it. And the only exception of the great rings of power is the One Ring that has no jewelry. And then the lesser rings also. I can even give you... I can just answer your question really quick. We have answered it in the past, I think. But I don't mind answering questions again after long times. Don't expect people to watch. Okay, so in the Lord of the Rings book, The Council of Elrond, we can read the following text. The 9, the 7, and the 3, the Rings of Power, he said, had each their proper gem. Not so the one, it was round and unadorned, as it were one of the lesser rings, but its maker set marks upon it that the skilled, maybe, could still see and read. So this indirectly says that also the lesser rings of power, so they're the first rings that were created to kind of refine their skill, making rings of power, which is different in the show, by the way, but we discussed this already. Those also, like it were one of the lesser rings. So it seems those also had no jewelry on it, but this includes the 9, the 7, and the 3 all had jewelry. Yeah, Adam is right. The 16, the 17, the 19 rings actually. Only the 1 ring and the lesser rings had no jewelry on it or no gems. So this here makes kind of sense. What makes no sense is kind of their form, because like from the book perspective. In the show it makes sense, but from the book perspective we can see the rings. Maybe I make another screenshot where you can maybe see the other rings a bit better. 6 rings of power of 6 of the 7 rings of power. Let me just switch the screenshot. You know, I make the screenshots here on the fly always of the show. As a result, I have to name them. So will hear me a lot of typing. But yeah, you see them. They have like this dwarven shape here. And what is like from the book perspective, all the 19 rings were elven rings. Like they were made for the elves. These look like they were made for the dwarves, and in the show it is said, yeah, these are the 7 rings made for the dwarves. But in the book that's different. All 19 rings were originally made for the elves. Then Sauron got hold of 16 of those rings later, and then he gave 7 of them to the dwarves and 9 to men, which is completely different in the show. Though, to be fair, this is a change I can kind of understand why they are doing this. It's one of the few things where I could say, well, I can get that. I don't necessarily like it, but it makes sense. Oh, you're also going to sleep, Schnarkish. Sleep well and have a good one. Also, the sound is okay, chat, for you. If something's not okay with the sound, please let me know. Let me just double check something really quick. So yeah, that is our first lore question. But yeah, Charlie Vickers and Charles Edwards, so the actors of Celebrimbor and Charles Edwards is Celebrimbor and Anatas played by Charlie Vickers. Yeah, they are fantastic actors. You have to give them that. I feel though, in general, the actors in the show are pretty good. Oh, Marty, welcome. Nice to see you as well. I like that Adar and Galadriel might team up. Yeah, this was kind of, if you have seen the teaser trailer stuff already, then you would think, yeah, that kind of works, or that is to be expected. Like after episode 1 and season 2, there were some scenes. I think it was in one of those where Galadriel shouts something to Adar in a scene, so you know they were teaming up. But yeah, I also find this an interesting alliance. We will see, discuss it later. So the ring that made the elf lady invisible was one of the lesser rings. I would say so, yes. Like I said, the order is completely weird. They start with the best possible rings, and now they make worse and worse rings. It's kind of weird. Khazad-dûm and Eregon's close by. Yes, it is. Map questions, of course, we love here on the stream. I can show you on the map. Just have to move things around for a moment. So, Eregion, this whole area here is Eregion. Eregion's not a city. Eregon's actually a realm, an area that is an elvish realm. And in this city, potentially because they don't have the name for it, they can use... It seems like they negotiated the usage of some names like Anatar, which is also not mentioned in Lord of the Rings, the name. Same with the city name here, with the capital of Eregion, Ost-Inevil, it's pronounced. Not 100% sure. Some people say, like, I'm not sure how, because there are these dashes between the word. So in my mind, I treat it as Ost-in-Evil. But you could also make the argument it's one word. Then it would be Ostinevil. Is it so? Ostinevil. No, I think this chat would the stress would be the DH is one sound. It's the th, the English TH, like in they. Yeah, it would be Ostinevil, even if you pronounce it. Ostinevil. Ostinevil. Something like this. Hard to say. However, that's the capital. And yeah, Khazad-dûm is here in this mountain. Here's where the little arrow is. That's Khazad-dûm in this area. And here is potentially the west gate of it. Here would be the east gate, would be somewhere here. And yeah, you can see it's relatively close. It's not like it's right next to it. So it's there is some distance in between. Like they also moved Ostinevil a bit further. Like if you on the map in the shots in the series, you always see that there's a mountain right back to Ostinevil. That's not what we really see here on this map. It's at a river, of course. That makes sense. They also say it's surrounded by 2 rivers, so then it would be here. Though that's not where it is, actually. They definitely took some liberties with the position. I don't mind that too much, to be fair. But yeah, there is a road from Ostinevil to the mountain here. And on this road, I'm not sure. Maybe somebody has the Atlas of Middle-earth available and can maybe check the distance. Because I don't have here the measurement, I think, on this map. Let me see. Is there a measurement somewhere down here? No, it's no measurement on this side. Maybe yeah, here is one. It's in leagues, though. My league calculation knowledge is not up to the task right now. So maybe somebody has a miles. It's some miles, though, definitely. Yeah, I would also say it's around about 100 miles. It's definitely not. If you go there, it's some distance. Sounds okay. Awesome. Yeah, this was an interesting scene with Mirdania. And I discussed in previous episode that I find it very strange that, especially from behind with her hair and her dress, she often looks like Galadriel. And in this episode, it's kind of Anata also says, hey, you look basically like Galadriel. Like, why see me a dine? Don't know how to cut jewels. Yes. I mean, they go for this design choice. I don't care too much about it, to be honest. I like the jewelry in Rings of Power also a bit better, but in Peter Jackson's film a bit better. But yeah, I don't know. They look a bit strange as a result, especially the 3. But whatever. The thing is, if it would be 100 miles, the kingdoms are way too tiny and the number of people's way too few. Yeah, for sure. If you have bigger distances, the show doesn't care about distances at all anyway. Like Galadriel just... How many miles did I say was it? 1,200 miles to Eregion from Mordor with a wounded Halbrand in episode 7 or what it was. I think it was even in episode 8. They also teleported, like fast traveled. They were in Mordor, on a horse, started riding. Next episode, cut, front of Eregion. The rings remind you of Kaugummi automaten rings. So there are these, bubblegum things. Not sure if they for sure existed in the United States as well, where you put in like a quarter or something, get bubblegum out of it. They're inconsistent as well. Galadriel and Elrond have a horse race from Eregion to Lindon in episode 1, and they make it a big deal of the distance in episode 4. Yeah, they bend the distances however they like and however they want. It's fascinating. But yeah, I would say we slowly start discussing the episode because we haven't really started with this. So I would say that's a good starting point. So we see 6 of the 7 rings of power. One has already Durin in his hand. We had the previous shot where there was also his ring here available. This one here. And yeah, I'm not sure, like his ring of course sticks out a little bit in comparison to the others. That they have jewelry, we just already answered. Yes, they have jewelry. I can just read it again if I have it still open. The 9, the 7, and the 3, he said, I think it's Gandalf who says this, or Elrond, I think it's Gandalf. He said, had each their proper gem. Not so the one. It was round and unadorned, as it were one of the lesser rings, but its maker set marks upon it at it that the skilled maybe could still see and read. So that is one thing. So yeah, this fits the description. As said earlier, the rings are elven rings. They seem to have kind of a dwarven design because in the show they are made for the dwarves. That's different in the books. All the rings were made for the elves in Eregion. And the dwarves have not much to do with it. Except for, one ring. You could maybe make an argument, because there is another interesting quote, which I now have to find. In Appendix A. Because the dwarves believe that Durin got one of the rings of the rings, something may be said here. It was believed by the dwarves of Durin's folk to be the first. No, it's actually wrong. No, it's not wrong. Okay. It was believed by the dwarves of Durin's folk to be the first of the 7 that was forged. And they say that it was given to the king of Khazad-dûm, Durin III, by the elven smiths themselves, and not by Sauron, though. Though doubtless his evil was on it, since he had aided in the forging of all the 7. So the idea that we also later see in the show, we have already seen it because this happened off screen, the creation process, but he put something, the Mithril himself, with some dark energy or whatever, into the melting pot in the last or second last, like in the 3rd episode, I think it was. And then these rings were created. And so it is plausible that maybe some dwarf were even around when this specific ring was forged. And maybe if they are right, it is also imaginable that the elves designed it in a way that it looks maybe dwarvish. So yes, I could imagine that at least one of these rings could look dwarvish from a book perspective, but as said, all the 19 rings of power were made for the elves. And most likely for the elves of Eregion. And that is completely different in the show. They were also made before the 3 rings were made. So that is also a huge difference in the show, but we discussed this in the last videos already. I think we can skip a bit ahead because we have still not discussed too much here. So here are the other 6 rings. He took his ring for himself. And the episode is a lot about that this ring has a huge impact on the dwarf. And that's kind of interesting. I'm not sure when these effects will become visible or not. But at least we see how Durin puts the ring on his finger. No, we don't see it actually. They cut away. Oh, speaking of cutting, like I said, I'm not the hugest fan of the idea that in the last episode they just show the process. Let me just show, because we have screenshots of episode 4. No, it's episode 3, right, chat? The last time we saw the dwarves. Yeah, here it is. That is episode 3. And here we see how these rings are forged by the dwarves and so on. Durin brings him the that's the end scene. Images are too small, chat. Here it is. So the dwarves bring to Celebrimbor and to Anatar a bit of mithril. And yeah, then they forge the rings. Cut 2 episodes later, then we see what we have here. We have not seen in any shape or form the forging or creation process of the rings. They are just suddenly there. Then I find a bit unfortunate. They showed at least a bit of the working process, had a little montage of that in episode 8 of the 3 rings. You could maybe argue, yeah, it's maybe not that interesting how these rings are forged, but I personally feel if you make a show, call it the Rings of Power, then I kind of expect that the creation is explained in a lot of detail. And is, I wouldn't call it celebrated, but you know what I mean. Like on screen, it's celebrated how these rings are created and the backstory and so on. Everything focuses a bit around it. That would be my expectation, considering that this is one of the most important events here of the Second Age. But the dwarves, but the showrunners or writers decide, no, that is not necessary. Cut, the rings are there. The creation was made offline, off screen, and also how the dwarves, how Durin brings those back to Khazad-dûm, also happens conveniently off screen. So he doesn't. There's no way to show how Durin, Durin and King Durin and Prince Durin discussed this. Prince Durin said, "I don't think it's a good idea with these rings." The king said, well, I'm kind of forced to do this. This was at least established. But yeah, I would have wished a little bit more in this direction. It feels kind of a bit cheap to do this off screen so much, or so much of this process to happen off screen then. That's just very unfortunate. So the next scene is then King Durin comes basically to the mine and visits his son. Let me just see. Dude, what am I? Yeah, Prince Durin the Fourth and Navi. Wonder about King Durin the Third, something like that. Oh, by the way, just for completeness sake, chat, one moment. I have to make a setting here in Windows. Otherwise, it's a nightmare to find the screenshots. Okay, found it. So yeah, they are wondering what their king is doing in the mines. And yeah, the king finds the rock call it, finds the spot. And then he opens or wants to start digging here. Interestingly, which is like the dwarf miners say, well, that's not a good idea, but he has a ring with him. That's the important detail here. So maybe we skip to this here. Let me just kind of do this. You can see he has a ring on his hand, and he later explains what's going on, what this means exactly. Also very nice lamp here in the background. This lantern, 10 out of 10. Yeah, I really like what they do with the designs here of these places of Khazad-dûm and so on. So yeah, King Durin then decides to say, well, everything I have to do myself, give me the axe, and then he starts digging. What I kind of like is the energy this actor like kind of puts out his son. Like he says, give me the axe, and then everybody listens to him. He has a lot of authority, I think. I kind of like. Yeah, also Lindon has very nice lamps. On the other stream, we often when I'm invited by the German Tolkien Society, we often praise the lamps for their design. See-through rock, are you sure this isn't Lord of the Weed Punch Party after all? No. It would be more interesting to me if Durin the Fourth had been pro rings and Durin the Third anti, would fit with their season 1 characters more and allowed a little drama between. I mean, what they just did is they switched around. King Durin was forced to use these rings because the singers can't sing to the mountain anymore currently. Yeah, the prop X looked very light in this scene. I agree, also noticed this. It looked a bit too light there. Definitely agree on that. And yeah, also, of course, his potential physical strength is enhanced by the rings. That's something that was already hinted at, and so on. He puts in some work and effort into this particular scene. And he also is successful and finds the light. So that is needed. So for people wondering why do they have to find light in their shafts that they use to reflect light over mirrors into the mountain to grow crops inside, these were collapsed due to earthquakes and so on, potentially related to the explosion of Mount Doom, to Orodruin, the fiery mountain, or as it's called, Mount Doom often in Mordor. And this kind of also changed potentially the mountain a bit, and as a result, their other navigation system they used to dig into directions and kind of have orientation and know where to dig without collapsing the mountain over them. There are usually these stone singers, which these are the wife of Durin, Prince Durin is also one, and they can hear the mountain and so on, and then they know kind of what to do. But this doesn't work anymore because something has changed. Some evil is there. And now, with the ring, Durin is able to kind of see what is going on exactly, where to dig and what to do, and he definitely proved that the ring is working and helps them out here. And so they are saved by this. This, of course, was nothing that is an invention of the show, of course. Let me just see. Yeah, Durin and Navin also look at this in awe and say, wow, it worked. We are saved, basically. Yeah, finally we know what the light does that we have seen in the trailer. There's also this trailer screenshot thing. Here it looks a bit better, to be honest, but if you stop it, you definitely see that... yeah, I don't know. Doing the third. Looks through. I just hope everything works here, chat. One moment. Switching the scene. Yeah, this scene we have seen the trailer and wondered, what is this scene? So now we know what's going on there. Weren't the light shafts coming from the front entrance? Why is it so hard to redig the entrance? Yeah, I also don't understand this, to be honest. Maybe because it's not stable to dig there and they would just... it would be too dangerous and so on. It seems like the digging stability is a very important thing for the dwarves. Beard extension. Yeah, I think potentially the orientation is not necessarily the problem. It's more the problem of where can I dig without collapsing the mountain. And it was part of their culture to listen to the mountain and kind of be very careful with it and respect it and so on. So you can't just dig holes everywhere and don't care about it. Yeah, I feel it's the dwarf singer stuff I kind of like, though I understand that it's kind of hard to believe. How did they dig the stuff in the first place? Why doesn't it work at all? Why is it so complicated for these dwarves to dig holes? But yeah, the show kind of tells us it is more complicated. The stability, you don't want mine shafts to collapse and so on. So they have to be very careful. They don't have this modern technology that we know from modern mining with these, I don't know, we have these gigantic drilling machines and then also making these concrete shells like for these tunnels and so on, and also these big hydraulic presses that can keep walls from collapsing and so on. I don't know I'm an expert on this topic. Is the evil from the mountain from the Balrog? It's kind of indicated that it might have to do with it as well. I think the Balrog... Does somebody know when in season 1 the Balrog awakes? Like, the explanation is a bit that it has to do with what's it called, chat? Was the eruption of Mount Doom as well? I'm not sure if the eruption of Mount Doom wakes the Balrog. I don't think so. I think the Balrog scene is kind of separate from that, isn't it? I was currently searching if I'm not sure if I have a screenshot of that, but was a little animation with a map going on in some episode where I see a map and these weird black spots just spreading. I can't find it, Church. Was it dwarves in episode 1, chat? Do you remember? I don't think so. Yeah, I found it, chat. I found the animation. Okay. Don't have to search anymore. Found it. Just have to make a screenshot of it. It's in episode 2. Let me just see if I can get the screenshot here. So in episode 2 we had this image here. By the way, I think the images the filter is still on. Usually it would be this dark. I make him just a bit brighter, just in case people wonder. You can see things a bit better. Yeah, there's this animation here, and it starts spreading from Mount Doom as an animation for it. In all kinds of directions. It spreads its evil, kind of. I think that's the interpretation of it. Let me just open this here really quick. One moment, chat. It's just always complicated. So I opened it with this. It's wrong. That's right. Here you see it. Here it goes from here. That's Mordor. That's Mount Doom, the fire thing, and then it spreads to Khazad-dûm from there. You remember this animation? That's kind of the explanation for, I assume, this event that the dwarves suddenly need the sunlight. Okay, episode 7. Thank you for the answer. Maybe the shafts are natural through the mountain. They don't dig all the way through after all. Yeah, maybe that's also a part. Maybe they only use natural shafts or something like that. Ultimately, they could farm outside the mountain. The issue really isn't too bad. They just had to come up with a reason to need a ring. Yeah, kind of, but to be fair, dwarves live in mountains. That's something that's very established, in my opinion, in Tolkien's world. So, sure, there would be other ways and reasons to come up with how stuff could work as well, but that the dwarves want to live in their home is kind of understandable, in my opinion. They don't want to do this. And also you need some expertise to grow stuff. I mean, yeah, they do this inside, so in theory, yes, they would have the expertise, but I don't know. In previous versions, Tolkien wrote that they had contact with men, and men gave them also stuff they couldn't do inside the mountain, like food, wood, meat from cattle, and so on. So there was definitely something. In exchange, they gave men, early on, the First Age, by the way, gave men metal things, weapons, and so on. And this kind of was very beneficial for the dwarves, of course. And so they had kind of an alliance between dwarves and Norsemen. That was kind of how they explained it earlier. But yeah, I agree. I would agree that this can't be like the whole solution for the dwarves. There must be more to it. And they needed a reason for this to work. That's for sure true. But yeah, for the time, I can kind of accept that, to be honest. Dwarves were often travelers and had contact with men. The whole dwarf culture, if we have the names of those dwarves, like Durin. Durin is not the inside the mountain name of Durin. There they have like their dwarf names and keep them a secret, kind of, and don't tell them to outsiders, only to their dwarves. So that the dwarves are also a very isolated culture, living in their mountains, doing their own things. That's kind of common, but they were also very good at learning languages. That's why I kind of like the idea in the English version of, the English version, that the actors have like these accents all the time, because when they speak Westron, so the language of men and not their native language, of course they would have an accent, I guess, because that's not their native language, their second language that they're consistently speaking with outsiders and so on. But the reason that they take names only to have communication with outsiders, learn their language and so on, definitely shows that they were outside of the mountain and had contact with those. That's why they need these names and learning the language of the elves and of men and so on. So it's definitely something, and so they can keep their own language and stuff kind of secret. Yeah, that is true. The Lindon thing falls down to the Balrog, and then the Balrog awakes. Thank you, Rosemary. It's exactly the scene. That was in episode 7, I think, yes. So that was also after the eruption of Mount Doom, but it was a different cause there in this context. But I kind of want to show, yeah, there is more to it, and this episode elaborates a bit more on this later as well. Must have to switch here the image chat. So yeah, Durin then continues with Navi and his son and shows another spot, and then the miners get there and dig more holes, and then soon, just to accelerate this a little bit, beautiful Khazad-dûm has a light again. And yeah, the king saved his kingdom with this. This is also a not to underestimate little fact here. We can maybe make it as don't need to have this as bright, but yeah, the dwarves are happy again. Looks pretty cool in my opinion. Like, I think the dwarven part is what they definitely made best in my opinion in the show. Like Moria, Khazad-dûm, the dwarf, everything here looks pretty cool. Like that. You can definitely, like, you do some nitpicking here and there. Michael Lubeck, it was a nice episode overall, love it. Yeah, also would say it was a good episode, though some stuff is already strange. Yeah, we're discussing, welcome Fifi Trixie, well, nice to see you. We're of course discussing here also book lore quite a bit. So on paper there's also a lore video. we just create a reason to look into the books, which is a show. But yeah, we discussed many things. That Durin the Third and Durin the Fourth can't live at the same time because they are reincarnations of each other. Sounds a bit weird. At least Navi shows up here at times. That's also an interesting character. And that's also like a critique. Like in all these scenes we see Narvi, but Navi is, according to Tolkien, one of the best friends of Celebrimbor, and they never talk to each other. This will later change in this episode here as well. But yeah, people are very happy that everything looks great again. And yeah, Disa is not happy about this for potentially several reasons, because she is a stone singer, and she currently, the stone singers are kind of, how to say, they are now unemployed, kind of, because now the king, she later calls it cheating, basically, using the ring. And they can't hear the mountain anymore, so this could potentially what the king is doing here with the ring now, and saying, yeah, all my limitations are now off, let's just dig deep into the mountain. I know where everything is due to my ring. It's potentially a huge, like, the fundamental issue with these stone singers and the ability to communicate with the mountain and find safe places to dig and so on, is not solved. As a result, this is potentially a major cultural shift in the dwarven society. So from this perspective, I kind of like this. The problem is maybe they elaborate it a little bit more in further seasons, but this is an interesting conflict that I would like the show to elaborate a bit more on this, if you know what I mean. Because the next 3, I'm not sure how much time they have in the next 3 episodes to do this. It will be for sure a topic. We see a bit of Khazad-dûm here and there again. But considering that the show now slowly focuses on the big conflict in Eregion, I feel like they might have not enough time again to elaborate on details like this. I mean, there will be more seasons. We will see, chat. The dwarves had an agriculture which in early times they practiced when isolated and unable to buy grain by barter. Invented a plow of some sort. which they dragged as well as dared themselves. Yeah, I think that it's kind of interesting. Is this in Nature of Middle Earth? Maybe we can find the some. Yeah, here we have a note in found it in Nature of Middle Earth that elaborates a bit on the agriculture. For example, the Sindar did not practice agriculture until long after the departure of the Eldar. Of the economics of Valinor, we know nothing except that initially food was provided by the Eldar, not without all labor, in which they delighted and made it the occasion of song and festival. But the grain of some kind not native to Middle Earth was self-sown and only needed gathering and the scattering of 1/10 teeth of Yavanna of the seed on the field. The dwarves had an agriculture which in early times they practiced when isolated and unable to buy grain, etc., by barter. They had invented, that's a quote that you posted here, right? A plow of some sort which they dragged as well as steered themselves. They were tough and strong, but they did not delight in such labor of necessity. So interesting. This is in the text called Note on Elvish Economy. This text is from 1968, so also one of the late writings, it seems, of Tolkien. So, yeah, kind of interesting. In this context. There's another text in Peoples of Middle-earth of Dwarves and Men, it's called. There we can read about the Dwarven Alliance. Let me just see the Dwarven Alliance. Peoples of Middle-earth. In these ways, the alliance of dwarves and men in the north came early in the Second Age to command great strength, swift in attack and valiant and well protected in defense. And there grew up in the region of dwarves and men respect and esteem and sometimes warm friendship. But they were glad of the alliance, for they were more vulnerable to attacks of the orcs. They dwelt largely in scattered homesteads and villages, and if they drew together in small township, they were poorly defended, at best by dikes and wooden fences. Also, they were lightly armed, chiefly with bows, for they had little metal, and few smiths among them had no great skill. These things the dwarfs amended in return for one great service that men could offer. They were tamers of beasts and had learned the mastery of horses, and many were skilled and fearless riders. These would often ride far afield to scout and keep watch on the movement of the enemies, and so on. So there, I think in this text also there's like a mention of some other exchanges as well. I think no, we don't have much information about dwarven plumbing though. I wouldn't say she's always right. Initially, she was also saying, yeah, the rings might, if they can save the mountain, why not? Remember when they were at the talking to Celebrimbor, Durin and Disa? Durin said, no, I don't trust him. He doesn't, this Anatar guy doesn't know Elrond. And Disa said, how do you know? This could maybe help to heal the mountain and so on. Especially what also would help if you would talk to your father. There was a scene, definitely. So she changed her mind later and agreed with the statements of her husband in this regard. Yeah, Khazad-dûm definitely is very nice. We can look at the screenshot again. Some others, of course, but yeah, it looks pretty neat. Not gonna lie. Let me just see next screenshot. So we have a cut now. And yeah, here suddenly off screen happened quite a few things. So we noticed earlier in the other episode that there was some work done on the Isildin. Remember this scene here in episode 2 it is actually, just looked it up today for the video. And yeah, so we know Celebrimbor worked on with a bit of Mithril on these moon letters. And then we have this door here. Maybe I can show you the screenshot of how it later will look when it's placed from the Peter Jackson films at least. Then you definitely see the similarities here a bit better. Here it is with Gandalf here in the foreground. This is the west gate of Moria. So yeah, it was asked. You can look at the map for a moment, I guess, as well. Oops. So yeah, I guess it should be somewhere here. On this side of the mountain. Here's a west gate. There's also an east gate. But yeah, the west gate had these things on it. Oh, that's wrong. Yeah, that's the right one. This is how it later looks. And yeah, here is the production part. Like the doors themselves were built by Narvi and the letters by Celebrimbor. We can also I can read the text maybe from the Lord of the Rings for it. there's a in your book there is a it shows how the doors or the inscription looks with the actual text in Quenya and the translation of it. Here is written in the Fëanorian characters according to the mode of Beleriand, Inin Durin Aran Moria. Ich bin gerade nicht sicher, ob das D ist. Mal kurz. Just switch to German accidentally. Just have to check something. That should be the D. Okay, pedo melon e mino. Im narvi hein echant, I assume, echant, not 100% sure of the pronunciation here, Celebrimboro e region taithant I. Oh, that's also hard to pronounce. Thewin. Something like this. I'm not sure. The WH, I forgot how it's pronounced. It doesn't matter too much. So, yeah, and it translates to the doors of Durin, Lord of Moria, speak friend to enter. And underneath a small and faint is written, I, Narvi, made them Celebrimbor of Hollin. Hollin is Eregion. That's how some other call it. Drew these signs. So that's kind of what is written in the text there, just terribly read. But yeah, that's from Lord of the Rings, and I'm pretty sure what I just read is also exactly on the door. It looks the same. What is interesting here on the door is, of course, some detail. There are the emblems of Durin, cried Gimli, and there is the tree of the High Elves, said Legolas, and the star of the house of Fëanor, said Gandalf. They are wrought in Ithildin that mirrors only starlight and moonlight, and sleeps until it is touched by one who speaks words now long forgotten in Middle-earth. It is long since I heard them, and I thought deeply before I could recall them to my mind. And yeah, the show also kind of references this text. I forgot how Navi phrases it. I have to mute this here just for safety. Yeah, and guarded by a password known only to friends. So here he already references, you have to speak melon, which means friend, for it to enter. Which is kind of a cool Tolkien thing to do, very classic. You know the stuff, right? Here it's fully visible. It is possible that the door is not done yet, basically. So maybe the Ithildin is not applied yet. Like Celebrimbor has still to apply the Ithildin to it. But the reason why they do this is, of course, there's no moonlight in the room, so it would just be a rock. So they just want to show, yeah, this is how it looks. The doors are done. I would assume you won't see what is written, like the carvings on the door, as soon as the door is fully completed. I think it's not fully completed yet, simply. Else, yeah, it would be a bit stupid. I like the rosemary theory on the dwarven compost and so on. And agriculture. Well, let's not go too deep into this topic. So yeah, kind of interesting. What I criticized in my little first impressions video already. Let me just get the next screenshot done. That yeah, we'll read the other section in a moment. I read it already in the other thing. It's an unfinished tales, I can already tell. And let me see. So in the books, Navi and Celebrimbor work together. That is not just one thing they did once. They were actually friends, which is very interesting. In Unfinished Tales, we can read an interesting thing about all of this here. Celebrimbor had an almost dwarvish obsession with crafts, and he soon became the chief artificer of Eregion, entering into a close relationship with the dwarves of Khazad-dûm, among whom his greatest friend was Narvi. So, among all the dwarves of Khazad-dûm, Narvi was the greatest friend of Celebrimbor. So, that's definitely something. Like Tolkien doesn't say, yeah, among whom his friend was Narvi. His greatest friend was Narvi. And yeah, I find it a bit strange that this is never established in the show. This is the first scene we get where Narvi and Celebrimbor are in the same room and talk to each other. And the show kind of pretends like Celebrimbor cracks a weird joke. Yeah, you have to be careful, then else Narvi steals your jewels or something like this. That's just weird. I mean, yes, it makes sense if the show would have established this relationship in season 1 or something. They did not. And it's a bit unfortunate. The classic thing of, yeah, just off screen, they went camping a year ago or something, and now then they became best buddies, which sounds interesting, but we never got to see this because they just come here and stand next to each other, and yeah. You don't know why exactly are making them adore together. They never talk to each other. They've never seen each other. Like, we know this as book fans. Yeah, it's so cool to have Celebrimbor and Narvi in the same scene, making the doors of Durin. It's a cool detail. But just imagine you watch this show and you know not much about Tolkien or nothing at all. Then you wonder, okay, who's this guy now? Why are they together? They make doors together in their as a hobby or something. Or was this a project they were assigned to or something off screen? Like, you don't really get what's going on here. And I find this a bit unfortunate. Like a missed opportunity, I would call it. Yeah, exactly. I called it the same in my little review I made today. Definitely a missed opportunity. Like, just imagine they would have focused more on Celebrimbor, on the dwarves, and so on. Give him some time. Have them meet with each other. Maybe Narvi discusses some parts that Celebrimbor needs for the rings or something. And say, yeah, we don't know exactly how to do this or that. You could have created... Of course, Tolkien writes pretty much nothing about Narvi at all, to be fair. So this would be a huge blank page where they could have just filled. There's literally just this line about Narvi and Celebrimbor. They were greatest friends. We know this as a statement of Tolkien in a text. By the way, in case you want to find the text, it's in History of Galadriel and Celeborn in Unfinished Tales, in the section concerning Galadriel and Celeborn. Kind of 2 pages in or something. Am I blind? No. Yeah, let's say 2 pages in, you should find it. Depend on the version you have of the book. He could have said, Navi gifted him this first age bottle. Yeah, but what? Something like that. But yeah, they're cracking some jokes here, and it's just very strange considering that they were kind of friends. That this is never explained in the show. Let me also check something really quick because I have no idea. I got an interesting comment on my current video. Somebody asked me, if you say it's a good episode, do you mean for a TV show or pretty good for Rings of Power? Well, for Rings of Power was a good episode. Imagine being 5,000 year old wine. Yeah, it depends on how long went in the first age. Also, yeah, they're standing in groups as well. This looks a bit like, from the position, it looks like a, what do you call it, a group photo or something. What do you mean? Good episode? An episode to be good on? Yeah. But yeah, I agree. They should maybe mingle a little bit. That's kind of the problem often in this show, simply that they hint on things, how things are, how things could be, and then never fully flesh them out, never fully elaborate on certain things. They just, and suddenly they cut. You are in Eregion in the forge. Navi is standing next to Celebrimbor. Everybody and some other dwarfs and some elves. Everybody has a drink and a laugh, and yeah, they just pretend that's how it is now. And then yeah, we have like a relatively long section with Anatar and Celebrimbor action, and yeah, these actors are really good. That's something you can't take away from the show. There's some pretty good actors, and they talk to each other. And what is interesting is that Celebrimbor does not want to make more rings. And this is a problem for Anatar because he knows he still has to ensnare men. And he needs 9 rings for that in his vision, and he has to convince Celebrimbor to do that. I think it might be a technical reason to make this scene a bit easier. For sure, it has to do with perspective, playing around stuff to make them appear smaller than the other side. For sure, that's the reason. Sorry, chat. Just had to eat something really quick. Yeah. So this is also, of course, different in the books. Which is a sentence you will hear very often, I think. Because everything regarding the creation is different. Like in the books, as said, the 9 rings were also originally dwarven elven rings. And were be sent to men later. This may be an interesting point to discuss this kind of story. So in the books, as said, 3 rings. There were 3 rings that were different and 16 rings. 9 plus 7, 16. And they were for the elves in Eregion. 1 ring was gifted to Durin, maybe. And that's what the dwarves believe or claim. If that is true or not, Tolkien leaves this open. The show goes with, it's true. My theory is that the dwarves kind of claim this, so they don't want to look bad that they have accepted a ring from Sauron after the events of Eregion. And maybe they would not have accepted a ring from Sauron after the events of Eregion, but that's how it is in the books. And with the possibility that Durin the third got his ring from Celebrimbor and Anatar directly, you could make an argument that, well, he didn't know who Anatar was at this time, so he got the ring and so on. And this makes at least the Longbeards, the House of Durin, look a bit better. Definitely a possible theory. Then the other dwarven houses that exist look not that good, though it's always already complicated with those dwarves, to be honest. Because there are, according to Peoples of Middle-earth again, we have a couple of other houses of the dwarves. So there are the Firebeards, the Broad Beams, then the Longbeards as mentioned. The Iron Fists, the Stiffbeards, the Blacklocks, and the Stonefoots. Those are the other 6 houses. And so, Firebeards, Broadbeams, Longbeards, Iron Fists, Stiffbeards, Blacklocks, and Stonefoots. They're only mentioned, I think, the names of these other houses in Peoples of Middle-earth. I think there's no other source for this. So it's relatively rare. However, why does the show now change this so much? Like I said, in the books, all the rings are for Eregion. Then later Sauron misses the 3, but gets 16 rings, or 15 rings potentially, back from Eregion later. And then, when things have cooled down a bit, and men and so on, maybe also dwarves, forgotten about what happened in Eregion, a few generations later, from their perspective, when everybody who knows about it is long dead, then Sauron takes those rings and gives 6 or 7 to the dwarves and 9 to men. And in the show, they want to make this differently, which I can kind of understand, because the rings are not necessarily needed for the show to be in Eregion. There's no reason for it. But we need the rings, we need to give those rings to men, which is one of the other big things in the Second Age, the creation of the 9 Nazgul, which I think we will also see at some point in the show. I could also imagine, Chad, I'm not sure, but as soon, I'm very curious about this part in the show. Let's just imagine the show gets better, and we are in the last season, and we have Gondor there and Nazgul around. It's basically Lord of the Rings at this point then. So there's definitely some potential to go for. We know how the Nazgul kind of look. So the look of the Witch King is maybe a bit strange, I guess, because he wears usually a crown and has an invisible head. But and glowing red eyes. I guess not always, to be fair, but sometimes. So very curious what they are going to do with that. But I can understand the idea if you have to compress the timeline so much as Rings of Power has to do it. I also would have wished they would not compress the timeline so much, but I think if you want to tell all those events and you have not only elves that you cover, then you simply have the problem you would need to recast the actors every generation if you kind of tried. It makes no sense. You have to change this. Yeah, Charlie Vickers as Anatar is really good. Like, he's a fantastic actor. Definitely. Also, like Charles Edwards as Celebrimbor, fantastic actors simply. But the show has a lot of really good actors. Like, there's some characters like Kemen, which I guess most people. It's not a likable character, but the actor does, in my opinion, a good job. Glad to be here for the live stream. Thank you for your amazing narration. No problem. I sometimes wish my narration would be a bit better. I think there's no saving this show. Celebrimbor's letter made it to Lindon before Elrond to abandon telling Celebrimbor about Anatar. I mean, that's kind of how it goes, I guess. That Celebrimbor does not know. Like, in the books, nobody knows who Anatar is. They learn who Anatar really is. Like, some don't trust him. They think something is fishy about this guy. I don't trust him. But from this perspective, nobody really calls him out that he is Sauron. As a result, nobody can say, yeah, can warn Celebrimbor that it's Sauron. Like, the messengers of Lindon said you should not trust this guy, but we don't know who he is. Leon Wetham Kemen plays the Etten boy so well that I was shocked to discover he is from New Zealand. But yeah, I kind of understand, like, of course, I can understand Elrond's reason to not to press through Eregion and warn him. It's kind of the problem with these shows. Like, they could have said, okay, you go to Eregion, but then he had an army behind, so it might be too dangerous. And they said, okay, we have to go back to Lindon and get an army. Like, it doesn't matter if we warn Celebrimbor, there's literally an army coming to destroy Eregion. If they're Sauron or not, it's definitely a factor, don't get me wrong, but I can understand that they say, okay, we have to get to Eregion as soon as possible and inform them to get the army. Eton, it's pronounced, okay. That's private school for witch boys in the UK. Thank you for elaborating this. So we place the Eton boy. Yeah, we will talk about him as well. So here's like a lot of dialogue in this particular scene here. A question is, chat. Usually I go through each plot line. Shall we go? Okay, make a poll for this. Simply because I'm very curious what you think. Shall we go? Okay, just start the poll here. So shall we go chronologically through the show? So it means for just the next scene, or shall we discuss each plot line? Then we would stay in Eregion and discuss the Eregion dwarf stuff. Let's continue there. Or shall we... Next we would jump to Numenor. So we could also go... It's basically very stupid to answer yes. So just say, shall we read the question, ignore the or chronologically, just say, shall we discuss each plot line completely? Yes or no? No means chronologically, yes means, you know what I mean. I just should have changed the thing. For an either or question. Yes, that's stupid, I know, but let's not go too deep into it. So shall we stay in the plot line? Yes or no? No would mean we skip now to Numenor. Yes would mean we stay in with the dwarves. How did Celebrimbor's message get to Lindon if the bridge is broken? That's a good question. I have no idea. Literally no idea, chat. So 67% currently are for we complete the plot line. $57. Okay, 2 minutes are over. I think 2 minutes was enough for you people to press or decide. So we stay in Eregion then. Or in whatever comes next. So we skip Numenor and discuss the Numenor plot later. Interestingly, there are not that many plot lines actually going on in this episode. We only have 2. We have Numenor and the dwarves. And Eregion, you could say, but the dwarves and Eregion are kind of combined. There's a bit of Lindon in between. I would say is this part of the Eregion plotline? I mean, the reason why we stayed there. Is because it's just such a short scene. We might have to jump back later. Things. Also, thank you so much, common people. There are too many voids of logic moments in every episode I can't ignore, but I still appreciate yours and other opinions. Thanks for the stream. Thank you for your generosity, first of all, and yeah, glad you enjoy it here. Much appreciated. One last screenshot here between the dialogue. Yeah, like I said, at the end, Anatar's happy, though he is internally not happy. He has to find a way to convince Celebrimbor from making these other 9 rings. That's basically part of this thing. And yeah, like we said earlier, it's played pretty well. I think this also where this episode shines. There's so much of it in this episode. As a result, people are happy with it. Kind of, I think. Then we go to Numenor, have some dialogue there. We come to this later. Quite a long section here. Okay, we include this because I think it's important for the story of Eregion. I think that's very important. So, the question was also asked in chat, so it's kind of fitting. Gil-galad receives the letter, however this works. Receives a letter of Celebrimbor. Let me see, where is the screenshot? So we jump to pretty quick to Lindon. There are very few Lindon scenes in the show. This is one of them. I think it kind of fits. It connects to all the Eregion stuff, which also connects to the Dwarven stuff. So we kind of mix those a bit together, I think. But yeah, it's interesting that the letter arrives. It was asked in chat, how does a letter even arrive? Yes, I mean, he could go this 2-week-long extra journey. They could try that to bring the letter to Lindon from Eregion. But the bridge is destroyed. And the other direction, they're Barrow-Wights. Maybe the Barrow-Wights are now dead. But it's also interesting if why Galadriel and Elrond and their companions didn't meet the messenger. Would have been possible, but I guess, yeah, they could have missed each other for sure. But yeah, somehow this letter magically appears in Lindon, and it's kind of fitting. And yeah, it like the reaction here. I don't know what Gil-galad thinks of this letter. Like, he basically said, yeah, by the way, the dude that visited you was literally Sauron, the enemy, the Dark Lord, well, it was not Dark Lord in the First Age. Maybe he hasn't claimed the title yet in the show. Doesn't matter too much. You are screwed, dude. And he says, oh yeah, I'm so happy that my rings worked for you so well. As you request, I will close down here my forge and do nice things. Maybe things will be brighter in the future. See you next time. Maybe come visit. Something like that. And that... I don't know what Gil-galad thinks. Yeah, maybe it's considering I just told him that the devil was in his right next to him and he forged rings with his advice. The letter's maybe a bit calm, a bit unemotional, but yeah, I guess that's Celebrimbor. So maybe it's a bit strange, but it's an interesting accident that this here happens. I kind of like it, to be honest. The question is how much disbelief is in our friend Gil-galad for this. Maybe they were smart and took horses. I got an interesting comment on the German Tolkien Society stream. Somebody said, if you would ride several hundred miles with a horse, it would make more sense, like the horse might be slower than walking, simply because you would need to change the horses from time to time when you have such a long distance to ride. And from Eregion to Lindon, it's quite a ride. So even if you say horses are technically faster, they're only faster if you don't have to, I don't know, if you can reach your destiny in a reasonable amount of time. Like if you have to travel a week or so with horses, you might not be, or maybe 2 weeks or whatever, you might not be faster with a horse. That's an interesting point. I know that there was, what was it called, the Pony Express or something in the United States, and they were always riding a certain distance, and there was a station, then they could switch horses and then would continue with another horse, something like that. So to be really fast with horses, the horse needs to rest as well. It can't go indefinitely, and it can only go, I don't know how many miles. I'm not an expert. Depending, I guess, on the street 20, 30 miles or something like this. You could maybe make the argument, if you're really good at walking, you can also walk like 20 miles a day. So at the end, you take longer to walk these 20 miles or 30 or whatever. 30 is maybe a bit excessive, but I guess it would be possible. And at the end, you wouldn't be much faster anyway. Maybe a bit, because you also need to rest maybe a bit, depending how trained you are, I guess. But yeah, it was kind of an interesting argument. There are too many of these incidents in each episode. It's tiring. Yeah, unfortunately. Kevin's a typical Slytherin. It gives the plot time to develop. Yeah, for sure. I think this was a needed episode for setting things up correctly, developing a few things, even though it still feels that some relationships are a bit underdeveloped, like Navi and Celebrimbor and so on. But they wasted a whole season kind of on things. Even though you can enjoy season 1 for what it is, I also enjoyed the Dwarven part in season 1, for example. I feel like when it comes to bring the plot to where it needs to be for season 2, season 1 didn't do that much, to be honest. There's so many parts you could have just said, well, we just write a letter to Numenor and then they bring ships or whatever, I don't know. You could have done this better, in my opinion. Yeah, 30 miles are 50 kilometers. I think you can do 50 kilometers. Let's say 30 to 40. Maybe you can walk for some time if you're a trained person. I'm not sure how long you can keep this up, though, to be fair, but it's not unheard of people walking 50 kilometers. I would say 20 to 30 is definitely possible. Maybe 30 miles is a bit excessive, to be fair, but... Yeah, exactly. 1 mile is 1.6 kilometers. Could he just trying some stuff here, chat? Not start trying to see. Maybe there's some good information. Somebody here wrote like, yeah, 20. Okay, unburdened. The world record for distance traveled in 24 hours is 192 miles. That's insane. The world record for 1,000 miles is 10.5 days. Not bad. I guess it depends on the terrain, how much stuff you have to carry and so on. So yeah, it seems like it is possible. Not sure what chat has to say on this. Also have to catch up with chat for a moment. Why doesn't Gil-galad send forces to help Eregion? That's a good question. We discuss maybe either in a moment or later in the stream. I'm not 100% sure. Because the scene that you mentioned is, I think, at the very end of the episode. Okay, good news. My butterbrot is eaten, so I don't have these weird pauses anytime. Yeah, Gil-galad actually never, it's a true Mark, actually never wore a ring of power. He kept Vilya sure for time Narya, depending on the source. But with Sauron wearing the One Ring, Gil-galad never could wear Vilya. That's true. Gil-galad just hid the rings. He never used them themselves. But we discussed this previous episodes already, that this picture where we see Galadriel, Círdan, and Gil-galad wearing their rings. From the book perspective, this scene never happened. Because they got the rings when the One Ring was already created, and then the elves couldn't wear those rings anymore. But why in episode 1, Elrond got there in 20 minutes of riding, crying? Well, I think it was not in 20 minutes, but it was just cut and he was there. We don't know how long it took. The distance from these 100 miles from Eregion to to Khazad-dûm, that was like, they just, let's just walk there really quick. Though it's 100 miles or something. They are saying they sent all the forces south because they think Sauron is there. Yeah, they tried to attack Adar, I think, right? But even here, Gil-galad is very hesitant. We come later to this, I think. No, it was not 100 years after. Sauron forged the ring, like, in the timeline. You're mixing up when Sauron attacked Eregion. Eregion was attacked 100 years after the three rings were forged. But maybe I read also a message wrong. But just to quote from Appendix B, where's the timeline? 590, roundabout, circa. The three rings are completed in Eregion. Circa 1600, so 10 years later, Sauron forges one ring in Orodurin. He completes Barad-dûr. Celebrimbor perceives the designs of Sauron. That's 10 years later. Then 1693, War of the Elves and Sauron begins. The three rings are hidden. And then 1695, Sauron's forces invade Eriador. Gil-galad sends Elrond to Eregion. So it takes some years in the books for this all to happen. What do you mean? The Elvensmith instructed by Sauron? Okay, you mean not the three rings, you mean in general. That is true. Circa 1500, so one ring was created 1600. Circa 1500, the Elvensmith instructed by Sauron reach the height of their skill. They begin the forging of the Rings of Power. Here they start. When they complete those rings, it's not necessarily clear, but yeah, around about 100 years later, the One Ring is created. That is true. So Sauron took a lot of time to do all of this. They need eagle travel, yeah, for sure. That would have helped. I mean, Sauron is an interesting article that Tolkien wrote, or an essay, where Tolkien describes that Ainur, at least the Valar, can teleport in theory. So Sauron in theory can teleport, but though there are some descriptions where it's clear that Sauron doesn't teleport, so maybe he can't. Who knows? There's currently a very confused eagle in the Numenor area that might be available. Yeah, that's true. I'm guessing this is how they justified Elrond leading the Eregion troops alone. Gil-galad will turn up late after they realize Mordor is empty. Maybe something like that. I'm not even sure if he sends his troops to Mordor, to be honest. The forging of the Great Ring started circa 1500. The three were completed 1590. The one 1600. Exactly, that's his summary of it. I mean, from this perspective. But the rings are hidden. Like when the One Ring is created, Celebrimbor perceives the design of Sauron, and then the three rings are hidden and sent to Gil-galad. That's why it's not working, in case you mean that. But you mean Celebrimbor? Yeah, he could have worn those rings for 10 years. That is true. Oh, Mosin, nice to see you. Good evening. Everyone can teleport. That is true. In the show, everybody can teleport. Only they can't teleport if it's not needed. It's basically like fast travel in a video game. If you're in combat, you can't fast travel. You have to first get out of combat. In the show, it's more like it has to be convenient for the writers. Like, how did Celebrimbor's letter get to Gil-galad, but the inverse was impossible? Yeah, that is... The Barrow-wights knew exactly which rider they had to kill. Only the one coming from Lindon they had to kill, not those coming from Eregion. Those they had to let pass. Or he took the other way, which took longer. I don't know. I mean, Elrond also went almost to Eregion, so it's possible to get there over the Barrow-wights or whatever, over the Barrow Downs, not Wights. I don't get it as well. It's a bit stupid in my opinion, but yeah, the show sometimes is logically not very, from a writing perspective, not very clean in my opinion. But yeah. In episode 2, they say their spies spotted Sauron going into Mordor, so that's where Gil-galad thinks he is. That's a good point, actually, by common people. Even though their spies didn't know Halbrand was Sauron. It's actually a really good point. I think you're right. Because they had to spot him before they knew he was Sauron, but still spotted him anyway. Well, let's not think too deeply about these details. I mean, there is a description of Sauron flying as a dark cloud, or on a, like, what's it called? Dark cloud? Silmarillion? Dark wind? Dark wind, I think it is. Dark wind. But the spirit arose and fled back on a dark wind to Middle-earth, seeking a home. Isn't this dark wind description also in Lord of the Rings? No, the dark winds, the plague came as the dark wind. Sauron was indeed caught in the wreck of the island, so of Numenor, so that the bodily form in which he long had walked perished, but he fled back to Middle-earth, a spirit of hatred born upon a dark wind. So yeah, that's also in Lord of the Rings. What's the general take on episode 5? Its faults aside, I think it was Rings of Power's best episode. I would also say it was among the better episodes. So on the Tolkien, German Tolkien Society stream, we're often a guest to discuss these episodes. I forgot the first 2 ratings. I can't tell you my ratings anymore out of my head. But I think the first episode I gave 3 or 3.5. I think first was 3, second was 3.5 so 3 out of 5. Out of 5 points, with steps in between though. So it's basically 10. It doesn't matter, chat. You know what I mean. 3 points for the first episode, 3.5 for the second, I think, because I liked it a bit more. Third episode, I was maybe again 2.5 or 3. It was quite critical. It was a decent episode 3, but it has its problems, in my opinion. 4 was, I think, 2.5 definitely. Because the 4th episode was very weird. It was a very weird episode. It had its good moments, but there were also a lot of weird things happening there. It felt too fan service heavy, even though it was not that bad. I think the 5th episode I would go also on the 3 or 3.5 scale, I think. How did Celebrimbor's messenger not see the orcs? He went a different path, simply. Like, the orcs are not spotted yet by Celebrimbor anyway. And maybe he sent this letter much earlier. We don't know when it was sent. So you can give them the benefit. Like, if we look at the map, which we should do in a moment, we can definitely see possibilities. I mean, the map doesn't mean anything in this show, to be fair, but that's all we have. In map we trust. But yeah, the orcs, Mordor is down here. It seems like they use the side entrance of Mordor, so they go to the Morgul Valley, that is it's later called, and go all the way up here and come from here. And the other dude, let's say the messenger who has to go to Lindon, which is in the west, he could just go here. I mean, the problem is definitely map-wise, this whole Elrond thing. Because here is not a bridge, that is Sanford, and a ford is a place, you know, where you can cross a river that doesn't need a bridge. So here, in theory, it should be possible to cross a river anyway without a bridge. I don't know, like this whole thing there was just stupid in my opinion. Like, the bridge they showed was here. That makes no sense that they go south then. You know, when they're here and they go south, they would go here. They would hear the Barrow Downs. It makes so little sense what they showed, what episode. And when the map is not right, the episode gets a bad rating from me. So don't show me maps. Just kidding, but yeah, it was weird. Why does fan service feel sacrilegious in Rings of Power? That's a good question, actually, because on paper, like, somebody made a good comment. I was either here in chat or it was on a YouTube comment. He said basically, well, when the show makes things up, we complain about it. But when the show uses stuff from the books, we also complain about it. And it's kind of right. So especially, for example, the Tom Bombadil stuff, we should not complain because it's basically like it's in the book with some plus and minuses to it. But yeah, the reason is simply they kind of implement the stuff from the books in a way that is so absurd that it also feels not right. Like, the show is kind of strange in this regard, I have to admit. It often feels like they want to make a third age show, but accidentally pitched a second age show, and then they put all the third age stuff into the second age because that's the actual show they want to make. It's so weird. So even if they do fan service, and yeah, in this episode they stick a lot to stuff from the books in episode 4, it also kind of feels wrong. Like, it's good that they use dialogues and ideas from the books, but at the same time, it feels wrong. It's kind of interesting. Actually, the timeline for this whole episode is messed up. They made 7 rings, the Doors of Durin, all in the time it took Elrond to run back to Lindon. Yeah. And we don't know exactly when they started because Elrond has never reached Eregion, so we can't basically get an update on where those people are. But yeah. If you think about it, if we have to go back to the map, unfortunately, I mean because I have to do the production again. If you think about it, like, I'm not sure how Elrond wanted to reach this place here. Like, the whole path of Elrond makes zero sense. The only way it makes sense is if he gets now down this road here, and you can't enter Ostinithir from here. You can only enter from down here. I don't know why you would think that. So Elrond had to go all the way down, and then here on this path where he has to go to the not sure how this is pronounced actually. Maybe look it up. E and I is a diphthong, right? Wait a moment, chat. Just have to look into Appendix E for a moment. But it's called Swanfleet, this area. Translated. A is that's in gray. Okay. So Swanfleet is Nin. Oh, it's a diphthong. Ales. Nin in ales. Hard to say, actually. Nin It's a long I assume. So Nin in Elf or Nininelf. Something like this. Interesting name. I think I've never said that. Whatever. Yeah, it's this place called Swanfleet. It's kind of a, I don't know, like a marshy area that I would describe it. They had to go through this and then get to over the bridge or something over the river to Ostinithil or so. I'm not sure. It seems very strange. I still think they put Ostinithil here and not here. But yeah, who knows? So the problem is Elrond comes from the north down, or from this side here. It comes from west or from northwest, something like that, to this place, and the other people come from the south. How do they meet? Only if Elrond would go here and here. But then if we decide, oh, orcs are here, we go back all the way back. It's just very strange. Couldn't he just send one messenger back to Eregion and say, warn the Eregion people, and we go back to Lindon or so? I don't get it. It's really a strange plot point. It feels very, very constructed. Makes, if you look at the map, zero sense, and they show you a map. You could make the argument they don't show you a map here, so it doesn't matter anyway, and so on. But they show in these weird transition screens, they always show a map, but why if the map makes no sense? It's really strange. Probably best of the 13, which still is not saying much. Noticeably missing the Stranger Half-Foot's Southlands and Galadriel was only there for almost a cameo. Coincidence? I mean, yeah, that's true. Like, in this episode, only the most important elements were shown. And, yeah, Galadriel is currently also on hold, so not much to complain there. Inconsistent, and they can't also, Vikram, welcome. And they can't stop borrowing from an adaptation. Verbatim dialogue, and in every episode, season 1, 2, this bugs me. I can see that. Maybe Rings of Power has a different... It is possible, but the map I'm showing you here on screen, this is literally, with some corrections though, but it's literally the map they published. This is an Amazon map, by the way. This was drawn, I think, by John Howe. It was part of the promotional material before the show came out. First, the names were not in on this map and so on, and then they showed a more detailed map. Also, we know the map from Tolkien himself, so I don't know. It's Tolkien's world. They use the names. We know where Eregion is on the map. We know where Lindon is on the map. Even if they don't call this Mislond and this not Ostinithil, we still have an idea where everything is. So it's kind of strange. You know what I mean? Yeah, Tolkien describes E plus I is like in gray. A. I wonder why Warner Brothers does not sue them. For referencing, I think it's maybe too little to sue there. Even if they use some plot lines. And some of the stuff that Peter Jackson uses is also straight from the book. So if they use the same source material, yeah, of course they have something that's very similar or use the same phrases at times. This channel made me read nearly all Middle-earth books. Thank you so much for your generosity. Much appreciated. Did not expect that people here were so happy with my content. But yeah, much appreciated. Thank you, Vikram. And just try to find out. There was another message I overlooked, I think. This episode lacked. How is this pronounced? Like subtlety, right? Yeah, subtlety. It should be. This episode lacked subtlety. The corruption of Durin by the ring is crass. Yeah, it's very fast forward like. Celebrimbor falling for Anatar's strange and phony arguments. I mean, I can at least understand that he's already has his foot in the door and is kind of messing with him, manipulating him is in his mind. So he might fall for that. So I found this Anatar Celebrimbor, except for 1-2 things where I thought it's maybe a bit much, or I don't know why Celebrimbor falls for it. If we just talk episode 5, I thought it was okay, this episode. If you talk in general with Celebrimbor, then I would agree it was a bit too easy for Celebrimbor to get into all of this. You know what I mean? Like for Halbrand / Anatar / Sauron to get his foot in the door, stay there, and so on. That was really weird. And the revolution, Numenor decided by chanting name. Yeah, we will discuss Numenor later. Did I overlook another message? I hope not. Oh, there was... The good and bad orc thing makes me feel icky. And I don't mind this because I think distantly makes sense. If you we discussed this earlier with the orc families. I think Nerd of the Rings also made a video even about it. I didn't feel that the reason, like most people accept, yeah, there are orcs who might not want this. Do you mean is he like a good guy or a bad guy? I think he has his agenda and is doing stuff. I'm pretty sure he's not full 100% on the good side either. He has his motives. I hope they wrap up the Stranger Murder Hobbit storyline this season so they can have a clean focus season 3. Yeah, if they would get rid of some storylines, that would definitely help. They will get rid of a storyline, I know though. But yeah. Just referencing first age characters, only book fans know is cheap. That is true. Okay, that's actually a good point. Thank you for reminding me. I think that was also in the dialogue here in this, not in this scene, but in the previous scene. We come to the mentions of the names in a moment. I think that we should also discuss very briefly. Maybe somebody can write me in chat if this is mentioned in this episode. So just currently catching up with chat. Gaia also writes, this episode had amazing moments in every storyline. Have no words to describe how well Bear scored this episode. Yeah, I would agree. Music was really fantastic. I saw it as well. At least if you like his style of composing, for sure. Watch through the end credits for a fantastic track. Yeah, I can definitely see that. I like Ada. I also like Ada quite a bit. I think it's an interesting character. Adoni does not disturb me so fundamentally, but good orcs versus bad orcs, fundamentally wrong. So let us look and scroll down a bit. Yeah, we see. Yeah, it's a good point. The map of Gil-galad, we have seen it. This map here, I assume. Yeah, that's actually a good point. You don't mean the map on the wall, on the desk. We also talk about that the light for the desk is very strange, but that's okay. It's just show lighting. It's okay that we don't see the light source for that. Let me just switch my OBS thing here to the right thing, right? There's a map here on the table. From here you can see it better. I would, it looks very. It reminds me distantly a bit of the Kerry-Wynn-Fonstead map. I can maybe zoom in a bit. I can't really read much here. My theory is this here is the... Actually, I don't have a good theory. This must be LotR. Right? Yeah, I would say that is here would be LotR somewhere, the Numenorian Haven. Then Eregion is somewhere here. Here is Eregion, I think. Here must be the Misty Mountains part. This is Dunland. Let me just switch to the other map, so I think that's a lot easier. Studio mode, no. I need the second age map. So yeah, LotR, Misty Mountains, the rivers, Eregion here. This is Edinvorn. Here's LotR, as said, and here would be Lindon. So yeah. It looks almost like a complete Middle-earth map, but it's interestingly only this section here you see on the screen. It's very weird in this regard. Or unusual, I would say. Definitely interesting. If you mean the other map, the Eärendil map, I've forgotten which episode it was. It's also, we see it in this episode somewhere as well. I would have to search for it. Oh, it's actually in the next scene. That was easy. I think she's the commander of the west or south, I forgot. I think she's south. Can't show the X-ray stuff. I also currently not keeping up with chat. That I'm a bit sorry for. Where is it? Map. We have this map here, or do you mean this map? We have seen it in a better shot. A different screen. This is a bit bigger though. There's also Mordor on the map and so on. Chat, I've trouble keeping up with chat. Oh, Matt Coles is here. Welcome. I thought this was the strongest episode so far. Yeah, I can definitely see this. Like, it was definitely, like, I liked episode 2 also quite a bit. Episode 1 I also liked. And this was definitely on this level, maybe even a bit above. It was definitely a good episode, though there's still some stuff you can definitely criticize for sure, as always. Oh, Amazing Bad Boy is also here. Welcome. Nice to see you, man. I just missed so many messages. Messenger pigeons, crows, ravens, or falcons. Yeah, that's a good point. It's not. They have not invented it on their tech tree yet. That's my explanation. Okay, we have the map. Oh, Galadriel makes the show better. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe. Maybe not. I think she has a strong development, might become more interesting. How far is Lindon from Eregion? That's a good question. 600, 700, 800 miles, something like that, I would suspect. Let's say 600. 700. Maybe somebody knows in chat. Yeah, they don't have. It seems like they don't have the rights to the name Ostinithil for whatever reason, so they can use Anatar. 1,000 miles approximately. I thought it would be a bit closer, but yeah, definitely a bit. Eregion to Khazad-dûm is 100 miles roundabout, but Eregion to Lindon is 700, 800, maybe 1,000, something like that. I'm not good with distances in Lord of the Rings, on the Lord of the Rings map, to be honest. This makes a lot of interest in all the different sources of Tolkien. Yeah, for sure. We try to keep what the book sources here, use them as good as we can. That's always what I try. Well, it's very nice to say from you, Tears. He's made me want to read more too. I don't think he realizes how much of an impact he has on the Lord of the Rings community. Thank you so much. Very glad that the people here enjoy reading the books and stuff. It's always like, yeah, my goal that people look into these things. I mean, of course, I want that people also watch my videos, to be honest. It's always awesome to have that, even though sometimes they get a bit more rare, to be fair, or attend these streams here, which I always find interesting. Galadriel allying with Adar feels very false. I mean, if your enemy is my enemy, we can form an alliance, can kind of work, I think, in this context. It's a very loose alliance, and maybe she, I don't know, wants to learn more what's going on. I don't know. You know what would have been a cool callback to the show itself? Celebrimbor forging the rings using Fëanor's hammer. Yeah, if we don't see it, it's kind of interesting. Sash, welcome, nice to see you. Yeah, Randy, Tur, and Beren. Was this in this scene? We have to discuss those here. Anatar and Beren, who Wing wore a ring famously, yeah, the Ring of Barahir. And he says son of Barahir. Barahir wore the Ring of Barahir before Beren was wearing it. I think war is the past tense of wear. Whatever. In the Círdan story, he mentioned Rúmil and Dagon, and even among book readers, do not many know Rúmil. Yeah, that is true. Like, so where I mentioned, though, both are mentioned in Lord of the Rings, which is very interesting. Like, there's also the brother of Haldir, who's also called Rúmil, but the Rúmil he meant is also mentioned in Appendix E or F or something. Oh, Priscilla is here. Welcome, nice to see you. I feel like I'm slowly catching up. Beren, who he himself held in his jail in Minas Tirith. Yeah, that's also like, Sauron definitely knows Beren. Sauron as a creepy ex-boyfriend had not been has not been on my bingo card, but I accept. As I think Círdan was were poor as they were out of nowhere. At least these were relevant to the conversation. Yeah, the drops were a bit difficult for like not book readers to understand them. Even as a book reader, you might not be too familiar with those names. I mean, Daeron you could maybe know, but Rumil is more of a rare name. And then it basically is meaningless if you don't know. I mean, the Ring of Barahir, Beren, so you could have heard of. Why don't I can't get up with chat? Total missed opportunity. They should have done a montage of old man Celebrimbor forging rings with it. Episode 3, I think, when they were having a meeting of the commanders, Galadriel is daydreaming. Yeah, that's where she appears. I think she is the commander of the South. If that is what you mean. Or maybe episode 2. I'm also not sure which episode it is. Sauron was impressed how much of loyalty could be tied to a ring. Though he missed the meaning, it was about friendship, not the object. That's an interesting point, actually. Who's elf lady behind Gil-galad? Ah, okay, yeah, that is the commander of the South, something like that. Have we come to Gil-galad's vision? Yeah, we have to talk about this as well, right? Isn't the vision at the end? No, it's here, right? I thank everyone after having this on, well, I supposedly work. Strongest because nothing major really happened apart from scenes off screen as always. I mean, this episode was just positioning the chess pieces for the final confrontations in and around Eregion. Plus some stuff that happens outside. Dev can practice Osan. Well, that's true. It's basically their telepathic ability. Okay, Rosemary also says South. Should be the next scene, yeah. I'm slowly catching up, maybe. Does Gil-galad only have female generals? No, there were... I forgot. There is a scene, chat, in episode... I think it's episode 1 even. No, she's daydreaming, right? So here's the other dude. I forgot which direction he is. I think he's east. He is east, she is south in this episode. East, south. This guy here is west, so he's basically the homeland security. And Galadriel is north. So that are the 4 commanders. This was in episode 2, in case you wonder which episode it was. We have this up here. Only the one of the south is left. Here, this conversation at least. If it's like way too, thank you. In season 1, she still wanted to kill his kids in front of his eyes, and yeah, that is true. I give $1 a month to this channel and listen to hours of content. The best deal ever, considering how much cable TV costs. That's potentially true, I guess. If you're just explaining lore characters in the world, top notch. Thank you, much appreciated. Hi Priscilla, videos meant. Yeah, I understand this, of course. It was actually Finrod's ring. Yeah, the Ring of Barahir, we come to this. No, we won't come to this. We might mention him, but yeah, the Ring of Barahir got the ring from Finrod, and the ring that Finrod had was, of course, the ring of the house of Finarfin. So it's, yeah, that's the story of the Ring of Barahir. I love when they drop the names. It's so satisfying to already know the full story, and well, it is getting easier for me to watch without getting frustrated. Where's Leanna? That's a good question. she commented today on a video here and said, hey, I watched episode 5. Maybe she has to work because she's, I think, from the States. So, yeah, who knows? I don't know, has something to do. Who knows? We, of course, miss her, but yeah, you might show up or not. We will see. Hornberg, name of last episode. I bet Reigns too. Everything besides getting the mail to Celebrimbor worked out perfectly. Spies that fly from Mordor to Lindon in a day. Durin going back from what? I mean, yeah, there are definitely some things where you have to forgive a few. You have to forgive a few things. I wonder they had explanations for the Rings Gil-galad war before the Evil Ring. I have no idea. Pin me to Eregion, Scotty. Yeah, kind of. So, okay, I've catched up with the stuff. So now comes the... I still have to talk about the name drops, right? We do this in a moment. Or maybe we do this now really quick. So, he mentioned Tuor. Tuor is the grandfather of Elrond. Let me just see. We have an image of Ted Naismith for that. Now I have multiple images actually. Oh, there's also a cool Kimberly image of him. But that's, I guess, a very famous one by Ted Naismith. This is Tuor. So the father of Elrond was Eärendil, and the father of Eärendil was Tuor. Tuor was a man, and he married an elven woman called Idril, that was the daughter of King Turgon, that was the high king of the Noldor elves before Gil-galad. So pretty high society here. And yeah, he and Idril, like Tuor and Idril, at some point left Middle-earth, and Tuor became counted towards the elves, even though he was born man. That's a very unusual detail about this character. It's also, I like Tuor a lot. I like his story in the first age and so on. Like, he's really a true legend. One of my favorite characters, I think, of men of the first age. I mean, Beren and so on, obviously, but yeah, pretty awesome dude. I think I have also one of Kimberly, which I rarely use, so I just show it to you here, because she made one as well, which I kind of like. It's a bit unusual for Kimberly's usual style, if I'm honest, but I definitely like it. Also with the swans in the background. And some other places. So Tuor also was a dude who came to Gondolin. Like Turgon was the father of Tuor's wife, so his father-in-law, was the High King of the Elves, and at some point, not always, and he lived in Gondolin. So Tuor's story is connected to this, and yeah. He was at the beach, and there he found an elf that got washed ashore, who was sent by, I think, Círdan most likely, to go to Valinor, but he was not allowed to enter. Ulmo sunk his boat, like 7 boats, I think, and Ulmo made him survive and wash ashore here. Be washed ashore, and yeah, that was also a cool elf. This dude here, Voronwe. So now Kimberly also made a tour at some point, which I find pretty cool. Promise I don't find him anymore, the other image anymore. But yeah, shout out to Kimberly80 for their beautiful artworks. Yeah, Turgon sent Voronur, that is true, but wouldn't he use a ship of Círdan? But yeah, basically the elves tried to send message to the Valar and call for help, because Morgoth was kind of a problem. Also, yeah, Ulmo appeared to Tuor as well, but also to Turgon and to Finrod and so on. It's complicated. Yeah, he used the ship of Círdan. Yeah, interestingly, he also appears in the Silmarillion a bit, but the more detailed story you find in Unfinished Tales. That's also a good point. We'll get a lot of interesting information about his journey here. One thing about it was like Tolkien dropping Húrin, Túrin, etc. from Elrond in Fellowship of the Ring Zero context. Yeah, that is kind of true though. But in the books, sometimes these names are also connected to something, at least a little bit, and then you get an understanding of it. But yeah, in this context, you could make, yeah, for sure it works. And later, when you have read the Silmarillion, you understand what those names truly mean. Yeah, the first time I read it was like, who are those guys, Elrond? It's a lore dump chapter later. Yeah, depending on when you read it, quite a bit later. I mean, it's not. I think it's cool that they mention him. I didn't mind the name drops here. So this is Tuor. We have this friendly man. He also mentioned Beren, son of Barahir. And Eärendil is also mentioned. So let us go with my... Is this the right one? No, this has the watermark. I have one without the watermark. Then this must be the one without watermark. Yeah, that's the right one. Doesn't matter too much. Yeah, shout out to Kimberly again. One of my favorite artworks of her. And yeah, this is Luthien, the daughter of Thingol and Melian. Also distantly related to Círdan, because she is the mother of Dior. And Dior is the father of Elwing, and Elwing is the mother of Elrond. So she is the grandmother. Did I forget a generation? Something like that. No, Dior's the grandfather. She's the great-grandmother of Elrond. And Beren the great-grandfather as a result. Legendary dude. He has the ring of Barahir. Barahir is the father of Beren. Beren is of men, and yeah, Luthien is half elf and half Maiar. She's an elf though. Technically, she's an elf with Maiar blood. That's, I guess, more correct. Who are you related to, Elrond? Yes, Elrond is related to basically absolute legends. Elrond tells Frodo he can sit at the same table as Tuor, etc. Also, welcome, Joe. So yeah, this was a mention. I guess some people might wonder, what did they do? It's just too much to summarize the story. Like, this is one of the great, so-called great tales. that Tolkien wrote. That's a long story in the Silmarillion. There is also the fall of Gondolin. There is the story of Beren and Luthien. And there is also the children of Húrin. That's the other great tale. These are these 3 great tales. And it's a very mythological story. It's about Beren, due to events happening in the war, coming to Doriath, where Luthien lives. She sees her, falls in love with her, and then has the audacity to ask her father for her hand. And her father basically gives Beren an answer that is supposed to mean, yeah, you can marry my daughter when hell freezes. So he gives him an impossible task to get back one of the Silmarilli. And he says, I should actually read this line because it's so funny. Probably won't find it though so fast. It's in the Silmarillion. It's one of the best lines in the Silmarillion, in my opinion. Beren and Luthien. I mean, that's shortly before finding it. Yeah, I found it, chat. I found it. So, I don't know. He said basically, yeah, you have to bring me a Silmaril. These are jewels that were in the crown of Morgoth, the devil himself, basically, in his Angband, his fortress. Oh, it was impossible to get those. It was simply out of reach for any human. Like, Morgoth is the most powerful, Morgoth/Melkor was once the most powerful of the Valar. He was just very powerful. The elves had trouble with this guy for a long time. Morgoth almost defeated the elves in Middle-earth. So there was that. And yeah. When this task was laid upon Beren, but Beren laughed. For little price, he said, do elven kings sell their daughters for gems and things made by craft. But if this is your will, Thingol, I will perform it. And when we meet again, my hand, that's the best part of the story, my hand shall hold a Silmaril from the Iron Crown, for you have not looked the last upon Beren, son of Barahir. The funny thing about this quote is, well, Beren should keep his word. His hand would hold a Silmaril, but the hand would not be part of Beren anymore because he loses his hand, and the hand is in the belly on the of a very powerful entity werewolf thing called Karcharoth, I think, is he called. Yeah, it's a funny. It's definitely my favorite story of the Great Tales. I have to admit, I really like it. I find, especially this passage where it says, "Beren laughed for little price. Do elven kings sell their daughters?" Yeah, Beren was quite confident. Yeah, Beren got at the end. Beren got the Silmaril though. He did hold his promise. I have to look up how it's actually spelled. Yeah, with it's spelled like this, Karcharos. However, in the end, Beren kept his promise, but he died in the end. And then Luthien also died out of grief. And then they got a second chance by the Valar, so they could live one life as mortals. And Luthien had also become mortal for this. It's kind of funny. But yeah, fantastic story. He was mentioned, and then the last one that is mentioned is Elrond's father, Eärendil. By the way, since also Tuor had married an elven woman, and also Beren married an elven woman, it becomes kind of clear that, yeah, like Beren's and Luthien's were first, and her son Dior is not considered an half-elf, but the son of Tuor is considered an half-elf, like, and of Idril. Eärendil was the first half-elf, kind of. Because he got a special state from the Valar himself. That was different for Dior. Dior also died very young, to be fair. So it's a bit complicated. And don't I have also an image of Idril? Yeah, here also shout outs to Sara Morello, in case people wonder, Tuor's wife. That was so this dude here was Tuor and his wife Idril. Shout outs to Sara Morello as well. This is here by Ted Naismith. Just to have some cool artwork action here. And yeah, now we come to the other mentioned person in the dialogue between Celebrimbor and Anatar, and this was this guy here. His name is Eärendil. And what he basically did, he was the son of Tuor and Idril, which I just showed you a moment ago. And he's a half-elf, or the first official half-elf. There were half-elves in theory before him, but they were not called half-elves. He is where the half-elven tomb started with this swan he's wearing. That's his wife, which was turned for some time into a swan or white bird. And that is Elwing. Of course, we also have an artwork of Elwing. That's the mother of Elrond. Here she is, without being a swan, but she was turned into a bird, and they sailed together to it was different initially, it's complicated, but to Valinor. Asked the with the Silmaril, Elwing had the Silmaril, and she saved it, brought it to him. It was transformed by Ulmo into a white bird, flew to her husband in his boat, who was on his way to Valinor, or to Aman, the west continent, which is on the world. Where's my world map, chat? So, I don't know. The Mouths of Sirion, I think, are somewhere here, right, chat? Maybe more down here? I don't know. Somewhere here are the Mouths of Sirion. He sailed to this place here, and then he couldn't reach it. He was repelled by the sea until his wife Elwing as a bird landed there, transformed back into a woman. Then he was, with the Silmaril, allowed to enter Aman. But since he is half-elf, men are not allowed to enter Aman. But he's also an elf. And then the Valar said, well, okay, you can go here, but you have to decide. Do you want to be counted as elf or as man when you leave? And then his wife wanted to be counted as elf. He wanted to be, his wife is, Elwing is also an half-elf, of course. And he wanted to be counted for his wife's sake also as an elf. So Eärendil became an elf, like Elrond also decided to be counted towards elves. Elros, though, decided to be counted towards men. Complicated story. But yeah, what the main part of Tuor is basically coming to Aman and asking the Valar for help. And this was done before, it never worked. And only when the Silmaril was brought back to Aman, then the time was right, and basically Beleriand was completely conquered by Morgoth at this time. Only a little past the mouth of Sirion and a little island there in front. Let me just see if we can find the First Age map. The Isle of Bala was not here, the mouth of Sirion. As you can see, Isle of Balar. We have here everything else, like, I don't know, Nargothrond down, Doriath down, Gondolin down, everything was down basically. All these realms here, doesn't matter. I guess the dwarves were kind of left, but yeah. Everything else was kind of under the control of Morgoth for the most part. And only here were refugees left here at the mouth of Sirion, hiding here basically. And some also, like I think Círdan or so, had a stronghold here on the Isle of Balar. Doesn't matter too much, yeah. When Eärendil reached the Valar with his wife, the Valar came and defeated Morgoth. Basically, that was the War of Wrath, the final war of the First Age, and this whole land was completely destroyed in the process. And after that, yeah, it looked. Here are the remains of the Blue Mountains, and everything else that you can see here in the First Age map. These are the Blue Mountains. And after the war, it looks like this. So it's basically before and then after. It's not perfectly aligned, I know, but you get the point. Some places of the First Age, like Tol Morwen and Tol Fuin and maybe also Tol Himlung, remain. These were places of Beleriand before. On Tol Morwen, I think, is also, yeah, it's the grave of Morwen. Potentially also the sword. Is the sword of Gurthang not also here somewhere? I forgot. But let's not dive too deep into these weird, super specific lore questions. That is the story of our good old friend Eärendil and his wife Elwing. The parents of Elrond and Elros. Numenor did not exist in the First Age. So, where is my thing here? So this is a First Age map here, as you can not see yet. Now you can see it. First Age map, Numenor would be here. But after Beleriand got destroyed, the map changed to this here, kind of. So Beleriand vanished, the coast shaped a bit, and the Valar created an island for men. So those men who were faithful to the Valar and fought in the War of Wrath or whatever, in Beleriand, they were kind of saved and said, you can now dwell on this island in peace. And those, since they went to the west, they became the men of the west. Oh, reflective rambling also here. Thank you, I was just busy telling the complete story of the First Age, almost. And yeah, so Numenor was created in the Second Age. Thank you for the gifted sub for the 2 ones. Much, much appreciated. So welcome Sash and Spielkalb. Maybe I did some stuff here wrong in the meantime, but yeah, that's basically the story. So Numenor was created by the gods, by the Valar gods in quote unquote. They're not real gods, they're more angels, but whatever. For those Edain, the Edain were a group of men that also Tuor belonged to. We mentioned him a moment ago, and Beren as well. And those Edain lived in Beleriand. And yeah, their houses, clans were asked basically, hey, we made this island here in the Second Age. You can dwell thereon. And then they were shipped over a long time with the help of Círdan. And Círdan shipped all those Númenóreans to Númenor, and they started to dwell here and live in peace. And those men, because they are west of Middle-earth, became the men of the west, and they were Edain. So they became the Dún Edain, the men of the west, or the Edain of the west. Yeah, so lucky for my second month. Yeah, some people here are really generous. Thank you, Reflective Rambling, for your massive generosity here. It's, I think, I don't know how many gifted subs you already gifted here. That's really much appreciated. Thank you. However, yeah, that is the. I hope this answers the question. I have to look at chat again. Can you show Tol Eressëa on the maps? Yes, this is Tol Eressëa. This little island here. The map is not really good for this. And I don't have a better map. I do have a better. I have a map of Aman. So here's Tol Eressëa. This is a map that Círdan, shoutouts to him again, made. I also made a map myself, and here you can see Aman a bit better. This is Tol Eressëa. It's basically in front of this place here. Tirion, this is the city we see. In the background, we see the two trees in the first episode. That's basically this. These are the Pelori mountains. The Pelori, and those block the vision. And there's a kind of valley here that leads where also Tirion is built in somewhere. The Calaqueria, I think it's called. And then there's also the place called Alqualonde. That's a harbor city by the Telar elves. Some of the Telar elves also live here on this island. Avalone. It's a bit difficult to pronounce because usually I would pronounce it Avalone. Stress on the A. But since this is a long O, it should be Avalone. I think the long vowel is always stressed. It's a bit complicated, even though there are two L's here. But it doesn't matter if there are two L's anyway. Usually the A would be stressed. This doesn't matter. However, here are these little islands here, and these are the so-called Enchanted Isles. And they basically protect from this part here from people entering. In case people wonder what is this here? These are little islands, and you can't pass them if the Valar don't want you to pass them. They're kind of enchanted, magical in some weird way. So also dangerous. And there are some other places here. In this episode, some stuff is mentioned. So in Avalone, if I have to think how this is pronounced, there is a white tower. I think I have an artwork which I haven't used in ages. But it is by Benef, one of the very early artists who allowed me to use their stuff. So shoutouts to him. I think he's like an artist for some video game company, make like concept arts and stuff. I forgot for which company he worked. I think Eidos or something. I forgot. But yeah, here you see a white tower in this image here. And on this white tower, this is a white tower that I would assume, no, not I assume, this is 100% the white tower in the city of Avalone that the other guy mentions here, what is it called? Pharazôn mentions this in the dialogue with his son. We'll come to this later. Maybe then I'll show you the artwork again. But yeah, just that you know there are things. So yeah, there was Tuor. There was a very long section here for all the lore of these people. But yeah, we have now something else to discuss, else we will never get through this episode, I have to admit. Let me just catch up what Reflective Rambling is writing even. Haven't seen, won't stay, already had one major spoiler thrown at me, but wanted to stop by and give a like and well wishes to you. Thank you, Reflective Rambling. Much appreciated. Currently we're just discussing old lore. So yeah, then we can return to the spoilers. Did I forget anything, chat? Yeah, Dior would be mortal. He did not have the judgment for this. As a result, he's most likely mortal, yes. The first age versions of this map, like I said, my moderator Kirdan, he said he might be there tomorrow in the watch party. It's not available today. He has a talent for editing this original second age map here that we got from Amazon, and he also edited this already a bit, and he made a third age version out of it, a second age version, the third age version from this map. So, original map. Third age version of the map, and he even made a first age version of the map. And he also made an Aman version of the map, which was kind of cool. There might be a version of this map that was a bit is a bit more updated, but yeah, I don't know. I currently have not checked for it to update it here, but OBS, excuse me, doesn't matter. Yeah, then he also killed Ancalagon the Black during the War of Wrath. That is also true. He built a ship, that white ship that could later fly, thanks to the Valar, called Vingilote. And yeah, Eärendil, also absolute legend. Absolute legend. You can maybe read the section from the Silmarillion because it's so cool. Ancalagon. There was a massive dragon. I'm not sure if I have an image of Ancalagon. Can't think of one. Also, you see Eärendil here in the background, behind the commander of the south, west, east. No, she's south. Commander of the south. Behind her, there's on his ship, Vingilote. You see Eärendil holding something in his hand. That's the Silmaril. Stylized, of course, for, I guess, the cardinal directions or anything. But yeah. But Eärendil came, shining with white flame, and about Vingilot were gathered all the great birds of heaven, and Thorondor, that was the king of the great eagles, was their captain. And there was a battle in the air all day and through the dark of night of doubt. Before the rising of the sun, Eärendil slew Ancalagon the Black, the mightiest of the dragon host, and cast him from the sky. and he fell upon the towers of Sangorodrim. That's part of the fortress of Morgos, called Angband. Sangorodrim are 3 volcanic mountains of debatable size. And they, let me read again, and cast him from the sky, and he fell upon the towers of Sangorodrim, and they were broken in his ruin. Then the sun rose, and the host of the Valar prevailed, and well nigh all the dragons were destroyed, and all the pits of Morgos were broken and unroofed, and the might of the Valar descended into the deeps of the earth. And then they basically also defeated Morgos in this context. Also, Vikram, thank you for joining here, for getting a membership and joining the club here. Much, much appreciated. Thank you for your generosity as well. Not sure what's going on today, but people are very generous. Much appreciated. But yeah, these are the stories of these mentioned names here in the episode. So we shortly discussed them. That was though in this section here where these two were talking. So now we jump back to Gil-galad really quick, and he had some visions, which are very hard to kind of put in perspective. Gil-galad visions. Vilya. So we also learned that Gil-galad has, similar to Galadriel, visions of foresight of what might happen in the future. So we have this scene here. The first scene of the vision thing here is an exploding mountain or something. Don't ask me what this could be though. What could this explosion be, chat? Gil-galad vision. One explosion mountain. He says that he sees mountains crumbling, something like that, in a previous episode. So now we actually see this. So we have this. It's a Balrog, you think? Dawn, Wham, great episode, loved it. Yeah, I also liked the episode, I have to say. That's how the message of Tar Elenion. Also, Tar Elenion, nice that you provide here the quotes all the time. Especially one where explicitly stated that Dior is counted as mortal, as I mentioned. We discussed the map stuff. Dior is mortal. Can you show... Farazon talked about the view from Meneltama. But yeah, Gaia, I hope this answers your question as well. I think we did this. Yeah, Finrod walks with his father beneath the trees in Eldamar. Yeah, Finrod is re-embodied. Not a first age fancy, yeah, for sure. And I noticed. Ada still fled at that time. So a vision from Numenor to the islands should be possible. Don't know about the distance though. Yeah, it's always complicated. But there was sometimes a phrase before the oceans were bent, because in the second age it's an event where the oceans get bent. We have not had this in the show, so I don't want to spoil it for people who might not too deep into all of this. Some Greeks calculate the distances with geometry. You guys growing on me, yeah. Definitely better than season 1 for sure. Call me die Bullen. In German it's der Berg Thangorodrim. So yeah, it was big. And die Bullen is the German term for the police. The cops, basically. Something like that. It's a bit negative. I'm not sure what the cops say about the term cops, but Bullen is usually in German a negative term for the police. Water drying out, we'll come to this. So I'm sarcastic. A Balrog of Morgos. What was up with the footage looking so retro in this vision? Yeah, maybe that's a deliberate style because it's vision to make it look different than the normal stuff. A bit lower fidelity or so. I see it as a kind of a stylistic device. Especially this is, you see this literally for, I don't know, 10 frames or so. Fraction of a second. Yeah, that could be maybe Numenor's Vras, the Numenor stuff. Tell me, where's Gandalf? How much is that speaking? Well, this guy we also still need in the show. The explosion must be a vision of the destruction of Eregion. Maybe also that. I think if it is maybe something further in the future. I can't think of any big thing. I mean, okay, maybe I said that the ocean will be bent at some point. Maybe this is related to this. No, not the ocean, but the world changes after this a little bit. So maybe this is kind of what this leads to, especially. It has a catastrophic initial event as reason why the world changes, if that makes sense. So the next screenshot we have is this one. It does not look much different. Yeah, hard to tell if it's something from later, but it's a foreshadowing. I don't know. Maybe that's why the footage is so retro. Maybe this also never happens. Also a possibility. I don't know. Next is a fish. So here we have the poor fishies, even moving a little bit. Yeah, dried water. We know something. Okay, this is maybe it's not a big spoiler, I think, but we know that there's an orc army in front of Eregion, so they will attack Eregion. And in some of the trailer footage, you can see that the river is basically gone at some point. So maybe that is a scene from where you see what do you call it? Stauen. They make a dam somewhere that the water can't flow, that the river isn't flowing anymore, and they can cross the river because creatures of evil like orcs usually don't like water that much. A bit, but not too much. Like, especially the Nazgûl later and so on, we know this from Lord of the Rings. They're not the hugest fan of water because water is a very clean element free of Morgoth's influence. As a result, they're not a fan of it. It doesn't mean like they explode when they touch it, but they usually try to avoid it. And also it helps attacking a city and doing siege stuff when there's no river around. So this could also be a reason why they get so much wood with them, to maybe build some kind of dam or so to block the river. Just a theory. And maybe when they block the river, the fishes in the river look like this. Definitely a possibility. Maybe this explosion is also a region or so, as people of you have already suggested. No, I just need my other thing here. Wait a moment, chat. Next screenshot is on its way. 4th screenshot. Vision fish without water, more fish without water. They amp this up here a little bit with the poor fishes. Gollum would be very happy, but yeah. I assume really this is like what happens in Eregion. That for sure. This was a vision thing. Then we have a flashback, interestingly. I would assume we could double check if it's flashback actually, chat. That's my suggestion. We have Vision 5. We see Sauron, actually, from the first age. Maybe. It's my theory, at least. Yeah, it looks like a river. Gollum tease. Yeah, it's a Gollum tease. So nice stream. Thank you. Much appreciated. Glad you people enjoy the stream here. And have a good time. Always important. What was I gonna say, chat? Sauron, yeah. So in season 1 we had an image like this. I hope I have a screenshot of that. Let me try something, chat. So we have this scene. I need to do some production stuff really quick. So let me do it like this. I need a way to switch between these screenshots without getting so we can maybe zoom in and verify it's the same screenshot. Okay, I just did a stupid mistake. I'm an idiot. Whatever. Okay, so what happens if we zoom in at this shot here quite a bit? Can we recreate this shot? So this is now zoomed in. So see, this is zoomed in. Something like this. And now we do the magic trick. Now I switch to the other shot. The mountain is a bit different, to be fair. But the shot is very similar, in my opinion. The color is a bit different. We could maybe try changing the color for the shot if you want. No, I don't want to play around too much here, but yeah. This is a shot from the Vision. This is from season 1. Even though the source down there says something different, maybe I change this really quick so it doesn't confuse you people. So this is season 1, this is season 2. Right now you have also the correct thing there. What was it with the first age evil guys and their spiky heads? I don't know. You see Sauron's explosion in the past. Maybe. Did it just crop the scene? Maybe. Yeah, actually, if we zoom a bit stronger, chat. The angle is a bit different though. But if we zoom a bit stronger, you see it's the same mountain actually. It's 100% the same. The perspectives are not aligned perfectly, but it's the same mountain. It's the same thing here. You also see this little mountain at his staff or something. Maybe you don't see it. I don't know. But yeah, I would say it's the same. So this shot is definitely from the past and not from the future. So something wrong with good old Gil-galad. But this is this scene then here, basically. Whatever, doesn't matter too much, chat. We continue with the next scene. Okay, this scene, somebody is burning. It's an orc, I would say. Wait a moment, chat. I need to rename the screenshot really quick to name it 6 orc burning. It doesn't look too scary. It's very vague. They see if somebody is burning. I would assume it's an orc. We could now come up with a good theory here. By the way, this is season 2 again. Just for completeness sake. I could try to show you the other screenshot that might reference this one. I have already an idea from episode 4. Promise I don't. Did I make a screenshot of that? I remember when Galadriel is shooting these fire arrows things. This scene here, somebody burns in this scene, and it's an orc. I could imagine it's this, but I don't have a screenshot of this. I tried to find it really quick, chat. So we have one that could be this shot actually. We have this guy here. think that's actually him, but I'm not 100% sure. There's another shot though. I just have to watch the episode. There's the one where she throws up this lantern and explodes and burns these orcs. Just have to find it. Oh, that's a tough one, chat. But if I make it dark, yeah, I found it. I think that's 100% that shot. It could maybe the same orc and it's just at a different angle or whatever. They don't want to burn their stuntmen too much, but I think I found the shot. We might have to do some rework, but I assume it's this shot here. I don't hit it perfectly, but yeah. So let us look at this shot here that I'm currently showing you. Properties, no filters. Color correction. How does this work, chat? We have to make it a bit less bright. Contrast. No, contrast is okay. Brightness saturation a bit down, I would say. There's a hue shift in some direction. I'm not sure how they shifted it. This is the green space, red space. Okay, well, let's keep it here. I would say maybe like this. I think it's mostly saturation that they put out. Something like this. And they made it less bright. So you can maybe see it a bit better. Something like this. Make it a bit more black and white, but it gets close enough, doesn't it, chat? That's 100% the scene. I even stopped it at the right frame. I'm actually impressed, to be honest, chat. The most impressive part of this is, of course, that I can remember this stuff. I wish I could remember actual useful things. But sometimes I have very good memory when it comes to images. Now I would like to adjust this other screenshot so much that I can actually match it. I think they made it still. And then the gamma further down. Almost. I think there's maybe some other filter at work which I currently have not available to get it this dark. But what is interesting, chat? You don't see the tree in the background. But if I make this image a bit brighter, you see that there's still the information of the tree there in the background, which is that's wrong. That's actually funny, chat. Look at this. You can see the tree still, so it's 100% the same. Thank you. Turns out years-long Photoshop editing. I did not do this in Photoshop. I have to do this with OBS, which has very straightforward tools. Chris loves puzzling. I love puzzling. Yeah. Capybara rabbit. I find funny. But yeah, we got it, chat. The problem is now that the filter is completely ruined for this image here. That means I have to reset it. And I only ruined the other filter, I think. Just add a second one. That's, I guess, the easiest way to do it. In case we ever need a filter here, stuff doesn't matter too much. But yeah, so that was the same. I work with a film and documentary, and this is terrible. We mean reusing the stuff. I mean, you have to consider that this is literally only a few frames in the show. Like, I assume they just edited something together. They said, yeah, he has a flashback, maybe of some future events. They kind of try to make this hard to recognize or something. And then this happens. The problem is a bit, I have to scroll back to Gilgal. It's very hard. Like, this scene is just so brief. There's also in the meantime, like when Gilgalad, because Celebrimbor, wait a moment, Celebrimbor closes his shop. Like, in the meantime, Celebrimbor closes his shop, so that was also a scene we have seen, or I can make it dark again. It was very dark, but whatever. From the brightness. And then we have this vision of him. Explosion, Sauron, this dude. And then we have the next scene basically blends both of these scenes together. But like I said, without going frame by frame, it's hard to even hit the images here. In 7, blending burning oak and Sauron together. Yeah, the problem is if they make future scenes, these would be scenes that are either not recorded yet, or they would give away too much. And so they just use some old scenes basically. Here, there's the stuff being blended together. A burning orc may be considered a sign of luck. I just want to show some flames and some stuff and the... Okay, this scene is kind of interesting. I don't understand. I don't even understand this particular scene, to be honest. this very weird image? What is he drinking there? I don't understand this image. I'm not even sure if we should understand. Orc drinking. Next scene's maybe kind of disturbing. I'm not sure. What is he drinking there? Is this a foot or something he's holding? Is this some weird of drink bottle? Orcish drink bottle? Orc have families. I'm not sure why this is so often about it. Orcs, definitely they're orc females, so in theory there must be orc families. I know that seems strange, but that's not too unusual, in my opinion, from a lore perspective. What is this? Is this a parallel montage of this dude they're burning? I don't fully get. I think it is. There's a torch in the background. I think this is like two images mixed together. I could try to find this scene again. Yeah. Found the other orc scene as well. The drinking scene, I have no idea. I don't remember that one. But we found at least the other orc there, chat. It's at least something. So welcome to the stream. I call it the Burning Orc stream. But yeah, you see the arm here. It's relatively obvious. So this is the same arm with this little rope thing that also starts burning. Potentially not the perfect frame for that. The only thing I don't understand is the drinking scene. I don't remember that one. What is... And then with the last image, I call it orc burning again, because that is what he does. So those blend together, then we have this weird thing, and then, yeah, we have the burning orc again from the Galadriel fight. These fights are scenes from episode 2, in case you wonder. Episode 4, not 2. Yeah, that's really a shame. Don't spoil what happens so late. The right image could be Celebrimbor from behind. I don't think so. It seems like some liquid is coming out of whatever he's holding. I don't get it though. I don't want to know too much. don't get it. What is this supposed to be? It's such a weird scene, to be honest. It's definitely an orc doing something or holding something. Yeah, it could be a severed hand or something like this, but then it would be blood, but it doesn't look like blood. Maybe it is blood. That would be pretty brutal, though. Can't recognize the background as well. I don't know. Don't want to look too much at it, chat, because it's too disturbing. So we switch back to our friend, to more friendly stuff, else I get potentially in trouble on YouTube. We switch back to the orb. Yeah, potentially they would not. I mean, you have to consider this scene with the orc is, we could count the frames. It's around about 26 frames. Maybe, I don't sure. Something like that. So it's less than a second. It's wait, it's not less than it's a second roundabout. Because I think I recorded at 30 FPS, some frames were double. And I think they sent it at 24, but I don't know. I mean, it could be like the classic, what is it called? Orc draft and draft. I learned that it's pronounced draft or something. You can't even see a picture, an orc in this picture. In this picture, yeah, wait. How do I show the studio mode? Arrow. Here, this is the nose of the orc, this is the mouth, eyes, ears. And here's something, I don't know what. This image here is unrelated, I think. So, yeah, I don't know. It's weird. But like I said, let's move to a different image. I guess it's better. So yeah, Gil-galad has this vision here. And then we see Elrond running. He even removes his cape. Also, his companions are also running behind him. And then we switch to Khazad Dûm. And there, Disa and Durin discuss. Disa, Durin. We combine, I put, what's it called, Khazad Dûm also in this section here. Disa, Durin, and Tree in their apartment. So yeah, I don't know what this is supposed to mean. Could be events that already were, that will be a mixture of both. I don't know. Like I said, the horse, I like this theory that if you have to travel such a long distance, that horses are actually not faster than walking. Without the option to change horses on the way. I mean, you could make the argument it's an elven realm and so on, so in between, in theory, it should be possible for messengers and so on to switch horses to be faster. But yeah, I don't know. I like the argument that you say, well, for horses you would need the infrastructure. They could have it. If not, then it's not faster. It's also possible, but not necessarily faster. Hurt hand of Celebrimbor, maybe something. It looks brutal then if it's an actual hand. I don't know. That's true. The messengers also had horses. But maybe the messengers have some route where they can switch horses on the way, then it's faster. But maybe they don't have these horse switch stations are only for messengers or something. I don't know how they organized. Yeah, exactly. Gil-galad asked Numenor for help. It discusses at the end, because at the end we talk to Gil-galad again from Elrond's perspective. Where are we here on the screen? We are Disa and Durin. We need to make some, I wouldn't say haste, but definitely a little bit. I also need a short break in a moment, because I need to go to the bathroom very quick. Elves might have more endurance than horses. Yeah, that's true. Even Glorfindel used a horse when he needed to travel far from Rivendell. That's a good point. Maybe he also carried, like, I think a horse might also help if you have to carry a lot of stuff with you. Then a horse is definitely helpful. But let's say you travel light like these elves, then maybe the horse is not necessarily needed. You know what I mean? The messenger has a very heavy bag to carry with messages. Those were some nice shears Disa's using. Yeah, so since the light is back, they have to kind of try to bring their little tree friend in their apartment back to life and help him a bit out. He was standing in the darkness for some time. But he needs sunlight, or she or it. In German, a tree is male, so I say he, even though it's it, I'm not sure. Der Baum. The tree. In German, there's a grammatical gender, like as is also present in some other languages still, but not in English anymore. Was once, but it vanished. Yeah, that's true. There also might be some male and female trees in some species for sure. But yeah, I also could imagine that what they're going to would also be my prediction. At the end, Elrond asks, says, we need to send help, and he says, we can't stop these armies alone. He adds that, and then he basically might hint at that he might contact Numenor for help or something. So yeah. Disa kind of says her concerns. Oh, that's wrong. That's right. Disa concerned about the usage of the ring. We already had this other image where Disa and her singing friends looked and say, well, if this goes on with this ring, we are unemployed, kind of. I mentioned this big cultural shift, if that makes sense. And yeah, she's discussing this with her husband, and then later, like a scene later, we have a interesting... What is this animal? I can't really identify it. It's a giant snail. Now I see it. So, chat, before we come to the giant snail, I will take a very short break. Maybe I show you the snail in the meantime. That's maybe a good idea. Because it's unimportant detail. You can discuss the snails. I mean, the snails are potentially... Well, they are, even if dwarves are smaller, the snails would still be quite big. Let me see. Here it is. Snails. And yeah, there's also the tuning crystal in the background, and this is the one Disa wants to get. I forgot, is this tree special? Yeah, in episode 1 it's explained that it's a gift, I think, from Elrond or so, from Lindon. And yeah, confirmed French drawings. The half-foots would be ecstatic. Yum! Snails. Yeah, maybe also contacting the dwarves for help. The problem with the dwarf contacting is the following, that between Eregion and between Lindon and Khazad-dûm is Eregion on the map. So if we would look on the map, Lindon, Khazad-dûm, here's Eregion. This is invaded, so it's kind of difficult from Lindon to send message to Khazad-dûm, I think. I mean, he could send over the high pass all the way around and then go from the east gate. Maybe a bit complicated, or all the way down like this. Also possible. Oh, you can't see my cursor. Sorry, chat. So here's Lindon, here's Khazad-dûm, and here's Eregion, so it's in between. I mean, they could go here over the high pass all the way down this gate, or all the way down here, maybe not through Fangorn or something. I don't know. It might be a bit complicated to send message to the dwarves. But Eregion could send message there for sure in some way, I guess. Depends on how well they are besieged, but yeah. And it seems in the show it doesn't make sense because there's no really connection between the elves and the Númenóreans. Well, that's true. Who might send message there? I mean, Círdan could just sail there or something. But since the elves are so unpopular in Númenor, it might not be the reason. So what I could imagine, chat... I have no idea, actually, how they will solve this. But we're discussing a problem for later. But maybe I just share my theory for this. My theory is that it's an accident why Númenor comes to Middle-earth. I think Lindon might not contact... maybe Lindon contacts the dwarves in some way. That's, I think, a good idea. And Pharazôn, with ambitions to have more coastline in Middle-earth, just sends ships there, and then by accident they kind of meet Sauron or forces there. Well, Sauron isn't even there yet. But I don't know, chat. It's difficult, but in theory, Numenor should appear at some point here as well. A short or long break? I don't know. A couple of minutes, I think. I'm now even thinking if I should complete the story part here really quick. Because next thing is, of course, Disa buys Disa tuning stone or something she called it. Let me just check something real quick. So yeah, the merchant in in what's it called, X-ray of the Amazon, who is on the screen feature, calls him a geode merchant. So it seems he's kind of a specialist when it comes to selling these these, what do you call this, mineral stone things with that are hollow inside with the crystal stuff inside. You know what I mean? These things here you see also on the screen. Yes, multiple of those. Beautiful crystals for sure. The elves need a Palantir to talk to Numenor. That's actually a good idea, but currently not possible, really. Yeah, they have Círdan and they could go by boat for sure. I don't remember the line about the girl, though. Do they say this? I only remember the debate on the price. It's perfect. 200. Tuning crystal. I don't care if it's a cart and 6 horses. Here we learn, we learn interesting detail. I forgot about this. Here we learn that the king now has kind of, for every coin spent, another goes to the crown. So, ring tribute. For our wheel girl's birthday next week. Well, we know they have children, and Durin III has grandchildren, so due to this, as a result, I would imagine, yes, maybe it is, maybe they have a daughter. Jesse for his daughter's birthday. I forgot about that. Main shaft robbery. I don't know if Isidro will find a Palantir. Yeah, technically the Palantiri only came to Middle-earth after the destruction of Numenor. So she buys this here. There's some nice little details here. I like how Disa looks at Durin here. I love these actors. They're just fun to watch. Kind of cool, these scenes. Just trying to find good screenshots here. You have to see this in slow motion. It's kind of funny. Disa's mimic is definitely very funny. Let me just check something real quick. Sorry, chat. But yeah, this screenshot is also kind of funny. And scary at the same time. But yeah, she buys it then for 150, and then she unfortunately loses it. There are some interesting characters in the background. Let me just see. So she buys a crystal and unfortunately loses it for 150. She buys it. And yeah, that I found a bit strange, to be honest. Like, she follows it over the market. We see some interesting cool details here. I like how it's filmed, the shots of it. It's not bad. And then the crystal rolls down into the dark. And I don't know. Disa follows the crystal, of course, in the dark, suddenly has a lantern in her hand, wherever she gets that from. I'm not even sure if it's explained where she gets the lantern from. Like in one scene she goes down the stairs, and then the next scene she has a lantern already in the hand. And this leads to some strange cave, and Disa starts singing in the cave. starts singing in the cave. I spelled something wrong. There it is. And yeah, it resonates her. Her powerful voice can be heard again. She shows definitely off here. And just never seen it. That's like behind the market, there's this convenient crack in the wall where she can sing, and then there is some terrifying a response basically from her singing. And these are just notices like some dark presence and shouts, and it's like, I don't know, some powerful thing is responding, kind of. Let me just double check the scene here later. Yeah, we hear like a growling or something in the background. And we, of course, as Lord of the Rings fans, we know Balrog. Can you lighten it up a bit, please? Oh, sorry. Like this. I mean, the other scenes are also very dark. So we had this scene here, this scene here, this scene here, the crystal rolling down. And then this was the last one. And maybe it enhances her singing, or just the form of the cave or whatever. I don't fully get it as well. Oh yeah, that's actually a good point by Vikram. That this is kind of a scene that is very reminiscent of what we see at the beginning of Two Towers. Let me just show you a better overview. Something like this, right? Yeah, that's definitely somewhat reminiscent. I think the singing helps her to locate the crystal. Also a good idea. Maybe she just tests the cave, like how it responds or something, because she likes singing. Will the Balrog show up this season? Yeah, we will see him again, I think, very shortly. If he does something important, I don't know, though. Yeah, he should not be awake, though. He's not, like, the Balrog is not really a topic of the Second Age, if I'm completely honest. And it's funnily enough rolls around all the curved caves. Yeah, this also is very strange. Not even completely round. Well, it's not. I'm not sure. Is it not completely round? I promise we rarely get a good shot where we see it. I mean, it has a hole in it, so that for sure, but from here, from this perspective, looks pretty round. But the other side, as you say, yeah, it has a hole in it, so then, yeah, that part is not perfectly round. Yeah, you see the crystal stuff inside as an opening, but I think with a bit of luck it could still roll, and yeah, it needs quite a bit of luck, but whatever. When you're supposed to take a break, yeah. Well, that's what I meant. What I meant was we just discuss the Deesa scene to its end, and then we take a short break here, and then we can. Unfortunately, yeah, there's, I think, a very important dwarf scene. Well, there are quite a few still coming, all things considered. So there's that. We might have overlooked something because the other stuff is very very, I don't know, not mixed, but you know what I mean, separated into quite a few things. Yeah, also Deesa lets, unfortunately, Deesa drops the ball. Tuning crystal. And breaks it, unfortunately. So it is not unbreakable. Interestingly, at the beginning, we thought that the object she was holding there is a palantir. No, that's the next scene already. Sorry for that. We thought this is a palantir and she has a vision like Pharazôn, but we know, no, it's not a palantir. Which is, I guess, good, because Deesa having a palantir makes no sense. That would even be a bit too much for this show. No breaks allowed, yeah. Well, after almost 5 hours, I think a break is kind of acceptable, I would say. Should have left it there for Gandalf to hurl at the Balrog. Seems to not break after bouncing down the steps. To be fair, it is true, a palantir for 150 gold is a bargain. Initially 200, but she got it down to 150, the price. That's kind of impressive. What doesn't she tell about Na'vi about this place? Well, she tells at least her husband. So there is a Balrog next to the market. It's not getting better, right? There's a cave next to the market where they buy food all the time. And if you go through it, you get into this cave, and there's a Balrog somewhere there. Cool. Found this a little bit constructed, to be honest, but yeah, I don't mind too much, but still, it is strange. Yeah, Na'vi is also the Delph Master, which I also find a bit strange, but I guess, yeah, why not? He definitely has some high position close to the king and tries to say smart things there to help the people and so on. Very interesting. So I would say, yeah, I'm not sure there's much more to say, to be fair, chat. At least to this part here. The bar next to the market. Well, yeah, it is strange, I think. It's a bit too convenient for a plot device thing. Oh, the thing rolls down here. Oh, it rolls around all these corners and holds here, doesn't go into the water or whatever. And then there's a Balrog scene, which I would not have predicted anyway. That's just a bit much in my opinion. He just thinks and then the Balrog answers. And says basically, I want to sleep, shut up. Something like that. Yeah, Rings of Power writers love that is true. Okay, chat, so I take a short break. Won't be like half an hour for sure, but I also get a small snack or so. Maybe get a cup of tea, I don't know. And yeah, then we still have quite a bit of episode to cover. This scene is a summary of the construction style of most scenes. Yeah, unfortunately. I didn't mind it too much, it's just a small scene. Like I said, overall this episode was one of the better episodes for sure. Snack and cuppa is an excellent idea. It is. It's also late, so I hope we get through the episode in decent progress after that. But yeah, maybe a break is a good idea for everyone. So short break. I put the timer to, I don't know, let's say 7 minutes or something. And then I'm back. You know? I need to brace myself for Numenor. Well, Numenor is also not that... I also find it interesting. But yeah. Back in a moment, chat. Maybe I show you some ads in the meantime. Press the ad button a few times or so. I don't know. I would say, see you in a moment, chat. Okay, chat, I'm back. Sorry for the interruption here. Hope you're also back. And yeah, the next scene we need to discuss here, of course, is... Where is it? Source images here. Ah, here we have it. This scene here. That's the next one. Oh, muted, sorry. So what is noticeable here in this scene is the amount of emissaries. We learn, like in the... I found this a bit strange, even though I like the idea. Why is it so loud? King Durin, emissaries of the 7 dwarven realms, he called them. But the question is, like, one of the 7 realms is Durin, so Durin's realm. He's one of the 7. We mentioned this earlier, like, what is it? People of Middle-earth, we have the Firebeards, the Broadbeams, the Longbeards, that's Durin's realm, the Blacklocks, the Stonefoots. The Firebeams, Broadbeams, Blacklocks, Stonefoots, Stiffbeards, Iron Fists, and the Longbeards. So that are the 7 dwarven realms. One, like Durin, is of the house of the Longbeards. And in this description kind of thing, if you look how the emissaries look, I would say that it's kind of clear why the Longbeards are called Longbeards. They have 3 long beards. What is interesting, though, they're not the kings, though, but the emissaries of potential other lords or kings or whatever. It's always a bit difficult to say. It's also never explicitly stated that 7 lords get 7 rings. It could also be that one house gets another ring or multiple rings. The reason for that is that the Firebeard, like if we look at where those live, the Firebeards and the Broadbeams are from the Blue Mountains. Let's try to find it here. And it was the most westerly, the awakening place of the ancestors of the Firebeards and Broadbeams, and that of the ancestors of the Longbeards, the eldest in making an awakening. The first had been the north of the Eret Lindon, the great eastern wall of Beleriand, of which the Blue Mountains of the Second Age and later ages were the remnant. The second had been Mount Gundabad in original Khazad-dûm, which was therefore revered by the dwarves, and its occupation in the Third Age by the orcs of Sauron was one of the chief reasons for their great hatred of the orcs. The other 2 places were eastwards at distances as great or greater than that between the Blue Mountains and Gundabad. The rising of the Iron Fist and Stiffbeards, and that of the Blacklocks and Stonefoots. So what this basically says is that the Firebeards and Broadbeams come from the Blue Mountains, but the Blue Mountains once had the in the First Age. Well, we can switch to the First Age stuff. They had two dwarf. These are the Blue Mountains in the First Age. Here's Beleriand. Here we have Belegost and Nogrod. That were two big. Ered Luin is Blue Mountains, or Ered Lindon, as they're later sometimes also called. And yeah, these two places were in the Blue Mountains, and unfortunately in the Second Age you see there's not much left of these Blue Mountains. Is all what's left of the Ered Luin here, this little bit. And from this perspective, it is a bit problematic. We also learned that at some point the Blue Mountains were abandoned, and those from the Blue Mountains potentially wanted also to Khazad-dûm and lived there. So it's always a bit difficult to tell what is happening with the dwarves in the Blue Mountains and so on and so forth. So if they don't have a king, because they all went from the Blue Mountains to Khazad-dûm, then Durin is their king anyway. They might have some high lords from the Blue Mountains still that have like a lot of authority or some authority in the realm of Khazad-dûm. But it's not necessary that kings got all those rings. That would also mean that Khazad-dûm then gets three rings. The ones of the Firebeards and the Broadbeams. So there's that. Looking at this scene, this meeting would have been an email. Yeah, I know what you mean, but it's interesting. Also, he says 7. So if Durin is the emissary of the Dongbeards, of one of the 7 houses, then there should sit 6 people. The problem is, I don't see 6 people sitting here, chat. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Where's number 7 though? Is he on bathroom break or something? Here's Narvi. This is a guard. This is a guard. So I don't know, chat. There are only 6 emissaries or 6 people sitting on the table. Where's number 7? I don't understand, chat. Why is he talking about 7 when there are only 6? I have not understand that. They understood this when I watched the show, chat. Maybe they can't count to 6. I wouldn't blame them. I can't very well either, but yeah, I don't know, chat. It feels always so strange to me that there only... Maybe I need a better screenshot for this, chat. But yeah, I just counted Durin already. There's 5 on the table. One, 2, 3. Here's 4, 5. Durin would be here 6. Where's 7? I don't see 7. Here's nobody sitting, and here at the side is also nobody sitting. I mean, I don't mind that much, but I've just found it strange. Maybe there is somebody. Okay, give you a different screenshot where Durin is behind. There is nobody sitting there, chat. I mean, maybe this person, that's one person leaving the table. This could be number 7. But why is he leaving the table? It doesn't also look like he's sitting there. Like, it's very strange, chat. Let me just give you a different perspective to make a different screenshot for that. So here you see it better. So here's Durin. Navi, guard. Here's a guard, here's a guard. This dude here's leaving though. But you see here's a can sitting. Like there's not a... Like you see here's a plate, here's a plate, here's a plate, here's a plate, here's a plate. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Here's no plate. Here's just a can or something like here. Here's also nobody sitting. There's not even a chair here. You know what I mean? There's this guy and he's leaving. He could be a servant or something. Maybe he's number 7 though. I don't get it. But he's definitely not sitting on this table, it seems. So we have 7 emissaries, of which are only... Which should only be 6 emissaries, because he's not an emissary, he's the king of the Longbeards. And then of the 6 emissary, only 5 are there. And this one is not... Or this is also an emissary and he doesn't like sitting or so, but it's not a chair here. I find this very strange. I'm muted again. That's a good guess, though, that he is... so here we have the 6 rings. I forgot what did you hear last? Those rings look like glorified knucklebusters. Yeah, for sure. But I like the idea that maybe Durin wants to reserve 1 ring for his son, because his son promised Disa to not wear a ring. That would be strange. Like I said, there are 7 houses of the dwarves. There are 7 dwarf hordes, and each is kind of... 1 ring is responsible for these hordes. And then I switched over the image, didn't I? I forgot if I had this. But yeah, it's very strange that there are only 5 emissaries. Plus Durin, who is not an emissary though. So this phrasing is a bit strange in my opinion. What I would definitely criticize here when it comes to this scene is that we don't know who these people are. Like, the show completely missed the opportunity to at least... it doesn't have to be about those people, but just explain us who are the other dwarf houses, what is the relationship with the other dwarven houses from the perspective of Khazad-dûm. Like, explain this a little bit. We have just random people sitting at a table. They have cool costumes and all, but you never explained that. What does it mean? Like, we have 13 hours of Rings of Power already, and here suddenly people appear, and we have no idea who they are. They're just emissaries, okay. So we have no emotional connection. We don't know who these people are. It would even if we just knew 2 of them, it would already be enough, I think. You know, you don't have to show everything, but at least something. Not just put random people at the table and then they get rings. We don't even see how they get the rings, though, or if they agree. Thankfully, we know plenty about Theo. Yeah, that's true, but I would prefer also, like, I don't mind that Theo is in the show or anything. I know some people might not like him, but I just find it strange that in season 1, for example, there were also already dwarves. Why not mention it at least here? Maybe show some emissary, some lord that comes to visit or something. Have a talk with the king. I don't know. Just give us a little bit of information here. I know we don't know anything about these other houses, except for roundabout where they could live, at least for the Blue Mountain dudes, and the others are from the east then. But there's a lot of freedom for them to, a lot of blank pages to fill here, and they didn't do that. Like, from the perspective of all of this, it's kind of, I don't know. Yeah, at the beginning, Durin gets his ring, then something happens with the light shafts, and then due to the ring, and then we have these emissaries here all of a sudden, and they might get a ring or not, depending on if they're willing to give riches to Durin in exchange for a ring. It's just very weird, in my opinion. Like, so much potential left unused that I find very, very strange. Yeah, exactly, Sash. You don't even see all their faces. Because they, like, in X-Ray, they don't even have names. Like, in the subtitles, the guy that, I think one guy, does he even talk or so? I'm not sure. There's maybe dwarf emissaries or so. That's all we know about them. It's very unfortunate. It would be interesting to learn a bit more about those people. What is their culture? What's the difference to the dwarves in Khazad-dûm? At least give us some hints. I find this completely missed, because this is important, because it's about the 7 Rings of Power, and the show is called Rings of Power. So I at least want to know, who are these people who get these Rings of Power? Like, what are they like? What are they representing? Where are they from? And so on. Like, just a little bit. It doesn't have to be too fleshed out, but at least something. But then, cut, we have this scene. Some random people sit at the table and we don't know who they are. And they might get a ring or not. And we don't even see how they get the rings. Yeah, we have this scene where one dwarf tries to grab one of those rings. It seems he has desire to touch or get these rings anyway without, or he's greedy in a way, without having a ring. Yeah, it just happens because it has to happen, not because it has any purpose for the story. Which I can understand, because the story of the Longbeard is here in the Longbeards is here in the focus, not of the other houses. Still, like, a little bit more world building would have helped here, you know. That I found a bit unfortunate. And It is basically the same with Narvi. He's standing in a room with Celebrimbor, and it's the first time they ever met, but they have to pretend like they're best friends. It's just, yeah, okay. Just how about you establish this, develop these relationships throughout? Then maybe you could also have potential of telling also some interesting side stories here and there or something. Or use those characters and kind of connect them to your story. I don't know. I just wish they did this a bit better here. I mean, I love the costumes and the designs and so on. That's okay, but just let me know who are these other people. Because why should I care if they get a ring or not if they're basically, as you say, nobodies? I don't understand that. These are also messengers, that is true. I would like to get some of the realms. I don't think so. The season is still very busy. Like in my reaction of my first impressions video, I said basically something like Pippin in Lord of the Rings Two Towers says, "Don't be hasty," and they are very hasty. This feels rushed. You know, oh no, we have this checklist. Oh, we have to still give the rings to the 7 rings to the 7 dwarfs or 7 dwarf houses. Check. Just sit them in a room. Durin holds a speech. Check. Done. Next. Never talk about this again. It's a bit unfortunate, in my opinion. That's what I meant with a show called Rings of Power should celebrate how these rings are created, how these rings are given or distributed to the other, to the people, to men, to those here. I mean, we had a little bit of this at least, even though it was not really fleshed out there as well, with the dialogue of Anatar and Celebrimbor, where they discussed basically, yeah, we should give this to wise men instead, and they are not that easily to corrupt as like Tuor, Eärendil, and Beren and so on, son of Barahir. That's the names that are the examples. So these are at least names from the lore we know, and they are searching for them. They can maybe introduce some 9 wise men who kind of maybe deserve a ring like that. And then, yeah, there's that. But here with the dwarves, it becomes difficult because, like you said, no idea who this is. Especially, like, I know that there are 7 houses of the dwarves. I know how they are called and so on. I have at least some decent knowledge when it comes to this. But just imagine you're not into Lord of the Rings. You wonder, okay, there are more dwarven houses. Okay, who are those guys? Like, you know nothing about it. About those. Question is, who could be the Firebeard? Same with the Barrow-wights. Yeah, Barrow-wights pretty much the same. Just appear for checklist. So what's even the danger of those rings, chat? So there are multiple texts that explain something. Of the ring, he said, so the ring of Durin, to throw in, so Thror, that's in the Third Age, though, at their parting. This may prove the foundation of a new fortune for you yet, though that seems unlikely. But it needs gold to breed gold. So you need gold to kind of make more out of it. In the Silmarillion, we have also an interesting description. It is said that the foundation of each of the 7 hordes of the dwarf kings of old was a golden ring. But all those hordes long ago were plundered and dragons devoured them. And of the 7 rings, some were consumed in fire and some Sauron recovered. Men provided easier to ensnare, and so on and so forth. So this is an interesting detail. And then also, so this text I just read, by the way, is Appendix A. And the first section was Throin, son of Thror, and the second one is from the Silmarillion of the Rings of Power in the Third Age. In Appendix A, we also find some interesting other information about the dwarves. For the dwarves had proved untamable by this means, so using these Rings of Power. The only power over them that the rings wielded was to inflame their hearts with a greed of gold and precious things, so that if they lacked them, all other good things seemed profitless, and they were filled with wrath and desire for vengeance. Excuse me, on all who deprived them. But they were made from their beginning, the dwarfs, of a kind to resist most steadfastly any domination. Though they could be slain or broken, they could not be reduced to shadows, enslaved to another will. And for the same reason their lives were not affected by the ring, to live either longer or shorter because of it. All the more did Sauron hate the possessors and desire to dispossess them. That's kind of the description of the dwarf stuff from Lord of the Rings, Appendix A. So yeah, the rings had an effect also on the dwarves, made them kind of more greedy. Still, the effect was definitely that they could be turned into shadows, like men later will be, to become the Nazgûl, the ring wraith. I do wish they condense things more for a faster plotline. I mean, yeah, that they have to do some condensing makes complete sense. I just would sometimes hope that they, the world building would be a bit better, especially for people who don't know the books that well. That's a good question, if the others were accounted for or not. Hard to tell. Maybe. I mean, one dwarf king could also have two hordes, to be honest. Let's pretend he was very successful. Now the other dudes we don't really see it, which is a bit unfortunate. And then, yeah, we don't see how anybody of those gets a ring. Instead, we now see that Durin asks his dwarves to dig deeper and get more riches out of the mountain, which is kind of a new thing in the show. Also, he says, if you want a ring, you have to give me something for it. So there's a price to pay. It's trying to make the other dwarf lords sign up for a subscription or to the rings. Yeah, it's a subscription service, basically. But once he gives them the rings, they can just stop paying him. I think dwarves are kind of too good for that. They're maybe sometimes greedy and very stubborn, but they would not be so like if they say I pay you, give me a ring, that's like a deal, and they would stick to that, in my opinion. I guess because the power of 1 is already enough for him. Especially if Durin slaps ads on the top of the subscription. Yeah, for sure. Also, like, Durin is very honored king among the dwarves, I think, so... And this leads like a funny scene with Narvi. Well, not funny thing, but a funny scene, I want to say. Let me see, where do we have it? Here it is. And yeah, so they talk to each other, and he asks him, hey, who did all these restrictions to digging deeper? And said, yeah, well, it was you, actually. And then Durin doesn't want to know about it anymore. And mid-sentence, he kind of notices, wait, where's my ring? So that I found a bit strong. Like, yeah, he gets more greedy. It has an impact on his mind, on his temper, if that makes sense. Yeah, I also like the scene, but it feels like he's having the one ring or something. Like it's just a ring of power. It's not like these scenes feel a bit like he's going to his throne room in a moment, looking at his ring while he plays around with it and calls it his precious. It's not like the one ring doesn't exist yet. That's not how, in my opinion, how these rings of power yet work. It's a bit too much. Though I also like the scene. Just yeah, good call. Sash Durin was definitely on his own supply in this scene. Yeah, maybe because he didn't wear it, because it felt starting heavy, but I don't know, Chet. Like, we know that the Durins always, often shortly before they die, give their ring to the next generation. I feel like the toll that it has on him is a bit exaggerated, just from a book's perspective, though to be fair, I can understand why they might want to go for this in the show. And then, yeah, his son, Prince Durin, comes in and says, Father, you should stop using these rings, and so on and so forth. It's a very strange debate that he has. Like, if father suddenly notices, well, yeah, we should have helped these elves. And it will be continued kind of later. Navi is also in the room. And yeah, he kind of asks or begs to not dig deeper because there are some weird sounds Disa heard, so there's some evil in this. And he tries to convince Narvi. But yeah, Navi is of course loyal to the king. It's kind of difficult to say no to your king, especially when you just saved the kingdom. That's, you know, you have to potentially trust him. Navi, best dwarf. Yeah, Navi's pretty awesome. Like him also quite a bit. I mean, I like all the dwarves. I like King Durin, I like Prince Durin, I like Disa, I like Navi. So this whole stuff here works pretty well for me. And then we have the next interesting scene in the Region, chat. I have to admit, chat, I'm running a bit out of steam today. Not gonna lie, I'm really tired. I find him really boring. I don't know, I kind of find him a bit funny. Definitely works for me, chat. We have still so much to discuss. To double digits, no, it's that for double digits I don't have the power today, I have to admit. So the question is, where shall we continue? Well, let me just check the scene here, how it is in the original when his son comes in. Yeah, he talks about the digging, and Navi doesn't know what to do now. Shall I dig? Shall I? Who to listen to? The Delph Master thinks, yeah, maybe it's smart what Durin is saying, especially a nameless evil, ancient and powerful. There's something under the mines. Disa heard it herself. The nameless evil, ancient and powerful. And it's a bit too much, in my opinion, for foreshadowing, if that makes sense. But Durin, of course, listens to his king, and makes sense. And yeah, then King Durin explains a bit that stone singers can hear the mountain, but he can see it. He can see where the riches are, what to do. So also, like all rings, it's also a thing we should maybe briefly discuss. In letter 131, I think it was, Tolkien describes some of the powers of these rings. And Tolkien states here in this letter, the chief power of all, I read it basically every stream by now, the chief letter of all the rings alike was the preventing or slowing of decay, for example, change viewed as regrettable things. thing. The preservation of what is desired or loved, or its semblance, this is more or less an elvish motif. But also, they enhance the natural powers of a possessor, thus approaching magic, motif easily corruptible into evil and lust for domination. And finally, they had other powers, more directly derived from Sauron, the necromancer, so he is called, as he casts a fleeting shadow and presage on the pages of the Hobbit, such as rendering invisible the material body and making things of the visible world visible. The elves of Eregion made 3 supremely beautiful and powerful rings, almost solely of their own imagination and directed to the preservation of beauty. They did not confer invisibility. So all the rings of power make you invisible except the 3 rings, which is interesting. So all the great rings of power. Maybe even the lesser rings could do that as well. Hard to tell, to be honest. In theory, they must be able to do this, else Gandalf's conclusions in Lord of the Rings make no sense, in my opinion. And what is important here in this context, dwarves potentially don't get invisible because some of the effects the rings have on dwarves don't apply to them, it seems. But they were made from the beginning of a kind to resist most steadfastly any domination. Though they could be slain or broken, they could not be reduced to shadows, enslaved to another will. For the same reason, their lives were not affected by the ring, to live either longer or shorter because of it. That's from Lord of the Rings, which is a pretty good source for stuff like that. Also in the Silmarillion we find a very similar phrasing. The dwarves indeed proved tough and hard to tame. They will endure the domination of others, and the thought of their hearts are hard to fathom, nor can they be turned to shadows. They used their rings only for getting wealth, but wrath and overmastering greed of gold were kindled in their hearts, of which evil enough after came to the prophet of Sauron. It is said that the foundation of each of these 7 hordes of the dwarf kings of old was the golden ring, but all those who had long ago were plundered and so on. I read the other part already. But what's interesting here in this section is that you can't turn them to shadows. So you could make an argument that you potentially also can't move them to the unseen with these rings, that they're immune to this effect. So as a result, it might make sense that it does not turn them invisible, which is potentially different than for the other rings. There was also discussion of if these rings could turn elves invisible. I would say only elves that have seen, like, as a quote from many meetings, I think. And here in Rivendell, there live still some of his Sauron's chief foes, the Elven Wise, lords of the Eldar from beyond the furthest seas. They do not fear the ring race, for those who have dwelt in the blessed realms live at once in both worlds, and against both seen and unseen they have great power. So these rings don't make you classically invisible, they move you to the unseen. But those elves who have dwelt in the blessed realm, potentially seen the 2 trees, of which there are not many, but Celebrimbor would be one, Galadriel would be another one. And then we get, the list is suddenly very short for Middle-earth elves that we know by name. Glorfindel would also be one. In this context, those live in both worlds. I could imagine that these elves who have seen the light, or at least lived in the blessed realm, are called Calaquendi. So, Kala, I guess, elves of light. And in contrast, there are those who have not seen the Blessed Realm and the Light of the Trees. Those are called Moriquendi. And you could make an argument that maybe you could make a Moriquendi invisible with a ring. I would say you could definitely argue against being a Calaquendi. So Celebrimbor, for example, should not get invisible from this. Don't know about his assistant in the forge and other people there. Not 100% sure. Well, welcome back, Vikram, after doing all of that. All rings of power can make mortals invisible. Crafty Spirit, exactly. Why only mortals? That I would be interested in. I also had a debate with Lucas from Tolkien Erklärt. Not a debate, but he mentioned it that he thought that only mortals get invisible. But I think that is not necessarily the case, because I think it should apply to all. Potentially also to elves. The reason why people might think, at least the only I can personally think of, is what Gandalf describes in Shadow of the Past. A mortal Frodo who keeps one of the great rings does not die, but he does not grow or obtain more life. He merely continues until at least every minute is a weariness. And if you often use the ring to make himself invisible, he fades. He becomes, in the end, invisible permanently and walks in the twilight under the eye of the Dark Lord that rules the rings. So here it's just about a mortal. Is this different for an elf or not? But this describes the process of fading to a race. So maybe elves could not be faded into race? Hard to tell. Maybe in the situation Frodo was in, it doesn't matter. But if it's he is a mortal, so he only has to know about the mortal option. He doesn't have to know what in theory might happen to an elf or a dwarf. And the fading here is also less about the invisibility, but the final consequence of using it too many times. Yeah, the immortality of the elves is also a complicated topic, but they are bound to Arda. So if Arda stops existing, also the elves stop existing. But without the decay and some other factors, they would, be mortal still. Yeah, they could definitely use even the 9 rings to get invisible. So men proved easier to ensnare. Those who used the 9 rings became mighty in their day, sorcerers, kings, sorcerers, and warriors of old. They obtained glory and great wealth, yet it turned to their undoing. They had, as it seems, unending life, yet life became unendurable to them. They could walk, if they would, unseen by all eyes in this world beneath the sun, and they could see things in worlds invisible to mortal men, but too often they beheld only the phantoms and delusions of Sauron. So here it clearly says that also the 9 rings of men could make you invisible, like all rings except the 3 rings, and except the 3 rings had this ability, maybe also the lesser ones. Later, these 3 are only called the Elven Rings, but in its initial creation, also the 7 and the 3, the 7 and the 9 were also Elven Rings. The 3 anyway. They became known as the rings of 9 rings for mortal and 7 rings for the dwarf lords. Farazon will get a ring. Yeah, I could also see that. It's definitely possible. I think maybe not. Technically, if he gets a ring, he can't keep it. Let's put it that way. Because Farazon, at the end, we know where he is, and the ring rays are still around. So the ring would be lost by this process. As a result, it seems a bit unlikely. Okay, chat. Just looking at a few things. Well, some would make a good ring race. Yeah, who knows? Yeah. Then it's maybe definitely got one potential. I feel like that the men who will get the rings won't be very important. There will be maybe one or a few of them who might be important, but you could be right. It's just some random men again, as same with the emissaries of the dwarves. And then when we have the Nazgul, those get interesting at some point. But they just, I would assume, do Nazgul things, right? Very curious how they might solve this. Still, from this point on in the story, we're very far away from the Nazguls yet. Oh god, we still have the whole Numenorian plot, chat. There's just still so much to discuss, chat. Is a show giving Celebrimbor a moral arc? He seemed way too sus for men and the potential for corruption. That's true. It might go into this direction, but I think he suspects that rings might corrupt men simply too much. And they should really not get those rings. That's why he's against this idea from the beginning. Yeah, Rosemary, I'm also thinking about this. The problem is, it's a bit unfortunate, I feel, because in the past I kind of could always push through, but today I feel it was a long day for me as well. And it's definitely not helping, so I don't know, chat. It's a bit unfortunate for the people currently here that we might have to continue. Yeah, he's not wrong about the rings for sure. Like, yeah, they definitely corrupt. Like, they're quite good at that. I think I'm in the wrong episode now. And one thing I definitely want to make a screenshot of, though, is from the next scene. What do you call this in English? In German, it's Briefbeschwerer. Like, Celebrimbor is just the best Briefbeschwerer on Earth. What's it called? The paperweight. Like, the paperweight of Celebrimbor. But how would he know it's Sauron having dominion over them? They're truly corrupting. I mean, they still have. Yeah, the paperweight was awesome. I just noticed and thought, okay, that's cool actually. Let me show you the paperweight of Celebrimbor. It's a little anvil. It's fantastic. Look at this. How awesome it is. There might be some text things here written. So that's maybe a thing that needs a bit more focus and concentration and time, especially. It's quite a bit. Usually there's just some random English stuff written on this. Reading all of this will take some while. There's even something written on the little anvil, but it's a bit too hard to read, I think. Still, that's pretty. it's pretty cool. This little anvil, I love it. One paperweight to rule them all, exactly. He refuses, but at the end he still does it. Simply because... I mean, the trick of Anatar here for this is kind of interesting. He says, we created those 7 rings under deceiving, and it's also a spiritual or metaphysical thing. So when we do this under without saying the truth, we might taint those rings of power. So we now have to make more rings of power to undo our mistake, to kind of make it perfect. We need to make rings that are better and that redeem us from our mistakes when it comes to the 7 rings of power. Because Durin also talks to Celebrimbor again, says, is something wrong with these rings? I don't know what it is. But yeah, that's kind of a problem. They're not supposed to see these. I think it's unnatural for men to wield rings of power. They are not supposed to enter the unseen and mess around there. They were designed for more powerful beings. Yeah, for sure. Since these rings were an original all rings for the elves, definitely it's easy for or even easily overwhelming for those men who have to wear those rings. But on the show, though, it's of course different. But like I said, here was also the argument by Anatar brought, but we could give it the wise men. But you could make a mistake then. Even some of the wise might fall for something, so that's definitely not safe. But I like the idea that he says, well, the first rings were kind of perfection, then the 7 rings were cool, but maybe due to us betraying the king, we have a problem here, and with the next 9 rings we will make, we can kind of try to undo what we have done. There need to be some precautions be taken that those rings are not corrupting and so on, or as corrupting as maybe the 7 would be. But yeah, it's an interesting argument and also a very cool paperweight. I like that the most, I think. The question is, was there anything left with this particular plotline, chat? I also planned to start a bit earlier with the stream today. But yeah, some stuff came in the way, so we lost a little bit. Okay, that's funny. I just realized in Punjabi, my native language, a briefbeschwerer is this, which is the English translation of paperweight. That's actually funny. And the German translation would be letter weight, though it's not quite that. Maybe to ballast would be a good translation. So it would be letter ballaster or something. The thing that ballasts a letter. They're for sure the same thing. And when she was cast, people did think it might be for Celebrian, the daughter of Galadriel in the books. So it's funny to know it was deliberate. Yeah, there's definitely some thought process behind this. Next scene, yeah, we see Mirdania. Actually, we don't see Mirdania, but it's kind of about her. Paperaveta. That's funny. So the problem is the following, chat. I think the next section here with Celebrimbor is a very interesting one. We would have to discuss the unseen a little bit and go behind the question. Can a lesser ring of power, which we will see in a moment... I think I even have a screenshot of that. Okay, maybe not. Why did I do the screenshot then? Ah, that was on my editing thing. Now I get it. But yeah, the next section would be in Eregion again. I would still say it's related to the dwarves because Celebrimbor gets visited by Prince Durin. But like I said, I really ran out of steam today, chat. Celebrimbor is a nerd that doesn't have street smarts. Charlie Vickers is great. The look on Anata's face in the end, when he started on the 9 rings, and the music, the end credits was wow. Yeah, that was pretty nice. I just wished I had a little bit more juice left for the stream, chat. I think we really have to call it a day, chat. I'm a bit sorry for that. Though at least it was good 6 hours. We still have, like, just the thought of having to go through complete of Numenor, the complete Numenor section, and also we still have quite a few other sections here left. We have to talk about the unseen a bit, stuff like that. It's not easy. Some weird phenomenon happening here in the Forge. I call this screenshot hammer time. Stop. I apologize for only 6 hours. Yeah, usually I try to get everything like at once. Tomorrow, though, I also have we have the watch party, so I don't know. We could make the stream here, continue it tomorrow instead, and then have the watch party after that or something. Depends a bit on how long we will take to discuss all the other stuff. Hammer time, yeah, exactly. I kind of stupid jokes here have to be made for sure. We could also do the watch party first. Yeah, though I feel like I have unfinished business when I don't complete this. I mean, we could also do it that way. I'm not sure, chat. I just know I really need to sleep, chat. This is my problem currently. I'm just too tired. Don't let a paper weight down too much. Yeah, that is for sure. So maybe we call it a day for now, chat. We have to continue tomorrow. It's a bit unfortunate, I have to admit. I mean, the Numenorian part also is quite spicy, I have to admit. I have to admit it has its problems, but this time I kind of liked it. Very curious where they go with this from here, even though it feels still too big for this particular thing here. Tomorrow, 6 a.m. here. Yeah, either that. Let me just think. It's just one episode. Yeah, 6 a.m. I guess would work. The question is, chat, maybe we can make a poll. We could decide on this here, chat. So, watch party of episode 5 first? Question mark. Kind of learned, I think. I call it tomorrow, even though from my perspective it would be today, but that's not, you know what I mean, I think. So just out of curiosity, what would you people prefer? I mean, I should have added the option I don't care or whatever, but yeah, it just helps me to decide. So we should have to watch party first and then this. Okay, now we have a shift suddenly. I'm not voting because I have to work around then anyway. That's a bit unfortunate. Like, not all who might be here today can be then there tomorrow. You're the boss, where you lead, we will follow. That's awesome. But yeah, it doesn't help if people don't have time. I'm not sure when we would start then tomorrow. The problem is if we do the watch party first, you know, we have to start early because we still have to discuss the episode. But I kind of like the idea or the notion that refreshing the memory of the show is definitely helpful, I would say, chat. So from this perspective, yeah, why not? Going all day anyway, yeah. For watch party, we can at least plan an hour or two. And then for the rest of the episode, I would also say we might need 3 hours more. So 5-hour stream tomorrow. Something like that. I'm not sure how fast we will get through this. We might revisit some topics. I have to also admit that today my structure of this stream here is not the best. Oh, it's 5:30 a.m. Yeah, of course, you are further than I am. So yeah. It's easy to catch prime time. Yeah, I can see that. But since it's 5 hours, I would have to start at in how many hours? 16 hours, something like that. 6 hours, 10 minutes. Yeah. That would be maybe ideal. So in 16 hours from now, if that makes sense, chat. We seem all a little tired today. Yeah, potentially. I definitely feel spread like butter on too much bread. That is sure. Okay, end the poll now. In case you want, I'll give you just a couple of seconds, so if you want to still vote for it, you should do it now. But it seems like a yes is in the lead. So shall we watch the watch party of episode 5 first tomorrow? 67% say yes. Let's just have the watch party and then do the rest here of the analysis stream. 6 p.m. Yeah, exactly. For me, it would be 6 p.m. roundabout. Then we have the watch party. But okay, chat. Oh, I have another vote. Nice that I waited. But yeah, it seems like not much is changing here. So it's decided. We have the watch party first tomorrow at roundabout, what did I say, 16 hours from now? Maybe 17 or so. But yeah, much later than this I can't start, because then when we do an analysis after that, or the rest of the analysis, we might need some time for doing that. And let me think. Yeah, then we still have quite a few things left to discuss. Like, I thought about maybe doing just the Numenorian part tomorrow, but I feel the invisible section here definitely is worth discussing quite a bit. We have still the dialogue with Durin, we have still the weird section with Mirdania and Anatar. And yeah, the whole Numenorian part is already pretty long. Though we have at least scratched some of the references today, like the Avalone Tower. And then there's this shocking moment in the Numenorian section. We have to also jump back to Galadriel for a moment and discuss this a little bit. So yeah, there are quite a few things left. Also Elrond talking to Gil-galad and predicting what's going on from after that and so on. I think we also noticed some stuff. I can't tell stories anymore. Yeah, I don't know. I wouldn't say that's the case in general, but yeah, I don't know. I think it has the politic reason. I wouldn't say it has to do with politics that they can't tell stories. Like, most of the problems of the show are just stupid mistakes or weird planning, wrong focus. Even if they cover political opinions or whatever, or it doesn't matter too much if they can't tell a story well. Like, 100% on the writing. You could maybe argue that a lot of recent releases have problems with this, but there might also be some better releases again. Like War of the Rohirrim looks pretty decent, to be honest. So to be fair, that's from Japan, I guess, but going to watch Angry Joe. Angry Joe I also watched for some time back in the day, mostly because of his video game coverage. Haven't watched him for some time. 15 missing in the ball. But yeah, around about 70% say yes, 30 say no. Looking forward to War of the Rohirrim. I'm also very curious. I mean, the actors kind of try. Sometimes it's a bit strange, but Peter Jackson films also had pronunciations all over the place often. That's not the worst part, but I feel like the Rings of Power stuff, for the most part, when it comes to pronunciation, is okayish. It's definitely better than some, yeah, like I said, Peter Jackson. Some actors in Peter Jackson films really nailed it, like Elrond. Like Hugo Weaving did a good job, in my opinion. But some other cases, it's a bit strange. Huh. The show needs deeper, more meaningful writing. Yeah, I would just prefer, in my opinion, the show just needs a more build-focused approach where they build the storylines, build up the characters, their relationships, and so on, and just go from there. Kind of naturally. It feels often like they follow a checklist. We need like a Balrog, we need like Ents, we need, I don't know what, Barrow Whites. We need to mention the nameless things. We need Tom Bombadil, check, and then everything makes kind of no sense. It's kind of strange. Know what I mean? I'm excited each time an episode drops, so it's fine, in my opinion. Yeah, Tolkien is not around anymore. Does anyone follow Rings and Realms, Corey Olsen? Unfortunately, like, I don't watch really coverage of others because it takes me so much time to do my own coverage. Sounds stupid, but sometimes I look a bit into other coverage as well. And because I'm curious what others think, but not too much, to be honest. Like, it's just too many cool people make content on this. So I'm very happy that you people are here and listening to my rambling here until late in the night. Pretty little images consumed, do not think. Yeah, I guess it would help. Lost games and Dog Lords are my favorite. Yeah, always wanted to do something with Dog Lords. Think we planned on being on some podcast or something, like not. Forgot which it was. Like, I was invited somewhere and it didn't happen for whatever reason. Then we forgot about it. He says it doesn't matter if they call him Gandalf or Steve. They're telling the story of the Blue Wizards. Yeah, that's, I think, a very good take. In a way. Like, I would maybe phrase it a bit different, but yeah. And we discussed this in a previous stream. Like, they... If the dude they're showing me, like, I wouldn't... Of course, it's basically the story of the Blue Wizards. independent of how he's called, but they consistently reference Gandalf. So he looks like Gandalf, he talks like Gandalf. He or others make references to Gandalf, like he needs a Gand. Oh, he's a great elf, haha. Funny, always follow your nose, and I don't know what all the other references were. Then yeah, it might be Gandalf. Why they tell the story of the Blue Wizards over Gandalf, I don't know. No, the question is, do they telling, like, which story they tell of the Blue Wizards? There are multiple. There isn't even much of a story. It's just like small hints. There were some Blue Wizards. They just did this and that. And in most versions they fail. In one version they are successful. That's basically it. Very curious where they are going with the Stranger, to be honest. I just hope they reveal it soon, because this mystery box writing's also seriously going on my nerves. They do both stories. Yeah, that's an interesting approach, actually. Like, they do both stories. One is failing, that's the Dark Wizard, also Blue Wizard formerly, and the other becomes the Blue Wizard, and he's maybe successful or so. Becomes Gandalf 2.0 or whatever. Possible. But still, it's like we discussed earlier, it feels strange if you build up Gandalf and then say, no, it's not Gandalf. Viewer that have never read the books, it's a Blue Wizard, and say, okay, who's a Blue Wizard? I know Gandalf, maybe. It's just very strange. Especially like when you keep it so long unclear who this character is, you can't use the character to its full extent, you know what I mean? Like, you always have to write him in a way that it's not 100% clear. It could be a Blue Wizard, but it could also be Gandalf or whatever. And then you can't use the character from its properties and how the character works to its full extent, because you always have to leave a little window open or a little door open for it to be another character. You know what I mean? That's just, yeah, plain stupid. You can do this for like an episode or 2 or 3 or whatever, but they're doing this for literally, like, even after episode 5 of season 2, we don't know it. It's like 13 episodes and we're still talking about, is he Gandalf or Blue Wizard? It's just nonsense. Yeah, Saruman would be really bad in my opinion as well. Like, that could be this classic punch in the gut decision. It was the same for me when episode in season 1, the Mithril story, that felt, oh god, that was the most stupid story I've ever heard. And then episode 8, when the 3 rings were forged first, that also was like a punch in the... That really broke... This was one of the changes that completely broke me. Like, I really tried to give season 1 a chance, but man, this ruined it for me completely. And now I came to terms with it and accept just, yeah, it's just fan fiction, let's just ignore it. Yeah, that's also an interesting idea. What if the Dark Wizard is one to receive the Ring of Power? The problem is he's an Istar. That is already established by Tom Bombadil. He said, yeah, there was an Istar before you that sat here at my fire eating my honey or whatever. That's kind of a problem. Then, like, an Easter on the side of Sauron with a ring of power would be just too broken, in my opinion. That would be too powerful an ally. Like, he's not immortal. And we know that only dwarves are mortal, but they live, I guess, a bit longer, like 250 years, 300 years, something like that. 350 maybe. And then we have men who are clearly doomed to die, as we read in the Ring poem. So that doesn't work. The only immortals who wear those rings are the elves later on. I mean, in theory, all the rings are elven except for the one ring, but yeah. There's that. Sorry for yawning. Isn't honey eating more Björn? For sure, but I think Tom Bombadil also had bees. We can maybe look it up as one of the final questions here of the stream and final things to debate. I could be wrong. Drink water, go to sleep, Bombadil, blah, blah, blah. Tom Bombadil burst out laughing. Well, my little fellow, said he, stooping to that he peered into their faces. You shall come home with me. The table is all laden with yellow cream, honeycomb, and white bread and butter. So the honeycomb is at least mentioned. Yeah, oh, it's not coom, it's... What is pronounced coom, then? There's like these English words sometimes. It's home, comb, right? Yeah, these words are absolute... in German would say Endgegner for this. Because there's tomb... Comb, that's what you brush your hair with, right? And in the United States you pronounce it comb, and in British English, comb. It's also diphthong for whatever reason. And then there is bomb as well. I always thought the B is not silent, but it seems it's... And in the United States, you say bomb. It's ridiculous. Come on, people. I'm not a native speaker. I can't memorize this. This is just stupid. This is just stupid. Comb. Honeycomb. That's how it's pronounced. Bow, though, cuff. Yeah. We cannot for consistency. Yeah, also there is though, through, tough. Or something like that. Pferd is horse in German, yes. Signing off now. Good night all. Yeah, sleep well, Joe. Thank you for joining. I wish you a nice evening. Also, end the stream soon. Yeah, in it's 2. Maybe there was an additional... I don't know how this works in... Oops, is awesome. You can't see if they may go through something tough. Yeah, I really need to call it, chat. I'm sorry. My brain starts. I feel like severe brain lag. The problem is my credits are not up to date. Whatever. At least some people here. Maybe I have to make some manual shoutouts. For example, to Schnake. I think he might be in the list. I'm not sure. Killswitch. RB Kitty could be in the list as well. Then we have some new members that I also need to shout out. I have to do this manually today because I'm not rendering now a new honeycomb, however it's pronounced. Let me just double check members. So we have Sash, of course, Vikram, Spielkalb of Sparta, Joe's Corner also. I'm not sure if the Bionicle fan is on the list, to be honest. Priscilla, Matt Coles also, RS Aurelian. Big shoutouts to Reflective Rambling, of course, for the support, and also to Paul Freeborn, very long time supporter here for this channel. So much appreciated. Thank you for your generosity. And stuff like that is, yeah, very nice of you people. Much appreciated. So tomorrow is a watch along. Yeah, tomorrow we have a watch along, and after that we continue the stream and discuss the rest of the episode when I'm a bit less tired and my brain works at a reasonable speed. Maybe I also work a bit on the video and so on. Yeah, did I shout you out, Vikram? I'm not sure about that, to be honest. Sorry, in case I didn't. I think I did. But yeah, like I said, I have to render the credits in you. As a result, I don't have this now. Looking forward to see you all tomorrow. Yeah, so we continue tomorrow with the rest of the Eregion section, a few dwarf dialogues and so on. And then Numenor. Numenor will be interesting. Just want to point out there was again a Dutch angle in the Numenor section, which I found an interesting little edit scene. It's very short only, just to give you a little bit of unrest to the scene. I kind of liked that. Definitely I noticed. Cinematography in the show also got a lot better. There are just a lot of things. You did. Okay, awesome. But yeah, have a good night. Sleep well. Thank you, people, for watching. And I would say see you in round about 16 something hours. So, and see you then. Have a good night. Sleep well. Or fantastic rest of the day.